to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Skidibidi-dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Wese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. On the spoon, to get your information. On the spoon, to be part of Spoon television. Yes, I do. Spoon radio station.
James on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon.
And your boy, Friday the South man. James on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother to spoon. You got got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon. You want to get a news update, Tuto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today. Spoon TV. This one you got today. Spoon TV. Spoon Balabaliba. Skidibidi Dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Yes, information. Spoon television. Yes,
And your boy, Friday the Southern Man, Georges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion.
Okay, folks, I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to all of you across the world for joining us. This edition of the program, Spoon Talk, is back on your radio. This is where you get all of the updates, plus critical analysis, a face-to-face engagement with policymakers every single day. We're always live across Liberia on several frequencies, on Spoon FM 107.5, on Fabric Radio 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and on other frequencies, thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the show. It's going to be a great edition of Spoon Talk tonight. Kindly share the program as you join us. Thanks to our online audience, we are streaming live across the internet on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV for Facebook. And on YouTube, we are on Spoon Talk Live. I'd like to say welcome, folks. I'm Nelson Colette, and I see the CEO has joined us early. Welcome to the show, sir. You are muted.
I'm good. You started the show late, like always.
Oh, no. One second. Okay. Yes, I can hear you now.
No, I'm saying you started the show late, Nelson. What's going on?
We had to let the team song roll a little bit to get our people ready while we're sharing.
I've been saying that for 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
We've adjusted to 8:30 now.
No, 8:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 8:45.
Yeah.
So I came in when 8:15.
You came me a bit early today. I think that's fine.
Wow.
Because usually we will do our updates. We go to the phone line. We take call. Me and Dada Richardson can be here. We talk small and all before you come. But tonight.
Oh, anything you say, we Isa.
Welcome, Mo.
Dada Richardson, how did it snow?
Too plenty. I can't take it. I won't go back.
No, I didn't. Listen, I went out and I just drove on top of the snow. I'm tired. The last time I did, I cleaned up snow, I got sick.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it today.
I'm
I would say, can you just do the front and the back? That's the same thing she said the other day. And we end up playing this whole big, yeah. She said, can we just do the front and the back and the walkway? I'm praying to God that two things, it either rain heavily or the sun take away the snow.
Yeah.
But I can't. No, I can't, folks. I cannot.
So yesterday, Ibrahim was playing driving Miss Daisy because the daughters decided that it snows, so they can't drive in the snow. And rightfully so, he's a dad. So he drive one to work, went to church, picked that one up, dropped the other one to work. About 10 o'clock, she got home. It was snowing. It started snowing. Then he went out. He started shoveling snow, cleaning the car. All at 10 o'clock at night. So he came out. I can't do this anyway. I said, "But who told you to do it? I, it's not a good thing to be shoveling snow. That's not
Well,
help."
thank God, the young women are in here, they're sitting watching TV, but then what they have to do, they don't, no work,
That's
no,
true.
no school today holiday. And,
Yeah.
I had to go to the Wawa and get my coffee
Mhm.
prior to the show with Dama today. And, and
It was.
other than that, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. It's all good.
I have to say that it was a good show that you did. I'm glad that you spoke, even though I'm mad that you didn't come on Spoon Talk Business. Man to man, woman to woman thing here. But that's okay. We'll get our own audience. We'll be competitive.
That you're a Dama, and I heard that next thing I'm going to do it too.
So, but it was a good show. It was a very good show. People have been asking what is Stanton's story. I'm happy that you talked about,
A
you know,
little bit. A little bit.
well, yeah, you can't talk about much because it's an unfolding case, but how it impacted your family. A lot of people
Yeah.
just see you as this strong person, just fighting for the Liberian people, but it's not so. So you are vulnerable. You show your vulnerable side today, which I appreciate that a lot. And of course, you talk about your religion, how your religion kept you, and that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all, we are grateful. It's all, about the strength. So we are grateful. Well, listen, it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah,
We, we
yeah,
pray. We
yeah.
pray.
So maybe
And
next time you come, I'll show that. Oh,
I'm going to come on your show.
yeah,
I can
You
understand
know,
why that Richardson invest because
yeah.
when you bring a CEO on, the audience, all the people can be
Tell him.
they can be waiting. So I remember the first time he came on the late night show after some time when he came back. Oh, so somebody said, but where all the people been waiting? They want for.
but I would say to you, though, Dr. Richard said, it's only important that we have this kind of conversation in our country. All right. I'm sorry. No disrespect to your business show, but you can make me. You can put me in Zico. Hey, you guys, the Liberian people left for me to be in Zico. They think about you won't be so easy and so calm and so professional. That's not me. I like to keep it, like we talk everything, but I don't think your business show for me. I don't have business to run, Dr. Richardson. So
But
don't put me in a
you
business show.
you have ideas, right? You can give the business people some ideas. They'd like to hear from Mr. Waterspoon. How
Yeah, right.
how
You want to listen to me? I'm picking.
they can improve the liberalization policy in the country. How they can.
Nationalization in the country, which is living here. That thing that you'll be doing, you'll run your business. You'll leave me alone.
No, we leave you. That's true. You got to show up there. Me, are jealous.
No, I will. I will. Invite me on your show. I will show up and we'll talk about businesses in Liberia.
Thank
And
you. That
yeah, invite me on your
all the
show.
original Miss Titi and myself want to hear that. Oh, well, yeah. Thank you.
No, you guys are doing extremely well. Again, like I always said, give the people 1 month free promotion and other month they pay. You got a lot of businesses in the country, that you guys can run with. A lot of simple ideas
I'm
in
telling
business
you.
that you can make money. A lot of simple ideas, a lot of things that are creative ideas, and we can be a help to the people, and the people can be a help to the station. This is the people's network. This is the people's station. The people want to hear you. The people want to see you. That's what Richard said. The people looking for a new Liberia, a Liberia where you would have, what we are saying today, a Liberia where the office of the First Lady people involved in corruption, and you say you suspended for only 1 month. Are you kidding me? We need to talk about a new Liberia within the system that galvanize truth, good governance, transparency. We need that kind of Liberia.
Mhm.
We need a kind of Liberia that everybody will enjoy the fruit of the country. Not only few. The Liberia that everybody will be held responsible and accountable for what he or she going to do.
Yep.
A Liberia that everybody have to work in government before they survive. That
Mhm.
originally a new Liberia, where if you talk about Western Cluster, the people in Bomi County, Cape Man, Buffalo, they can enjoy from the natural resources of their counties. That's the kind of Liberia we're talking about. And that's the kind of Liberia we need to champion. How can these people be going home with 13 million, 15 million, 20 something million every month or so, and look at the people living condition in Bombing?
It's bad.
Look at the living condition in Kitman.
It's bad.
Look at the living condition in Populu.
It's
And they
bad.
will sit down and they want you to be so happy. The people don't have filthy bathroom system, electricity. They don't need to depend on the government. They get everything. Talk about natural resources, everything to be happy. Everything that this generation and the coming generation can be so proud of a unique city you call Bomi County. A unique county. Electricity will be booming. Healthcare system, the education, the colleges, the middle school, the high school, the bus system, the road will be paved. Businesses will be booming. But no. All the folks in government, okay, that the people suffer. That the richest man, our country will only get better when we continue to speak truth to power. Our country will only get better.
I agree, Cynthia.
I'm not saying this is only about Joseph Boakai, I don't know. This is about George Manawea. This is about Madame Salif. This is about Chastedo. This is going down the line.
Yes.
This is about everybody.
You have to change the mindset.
This is everybody. I saw Americana say he carries some medical equipment, materials to Buffalo County. You come to the flea market, you can collect those things and say, how long will they last?
But
You
you know my
can't
question
a
is,
county where there is no electricity, where there is no clean drinking water. At least he tried. But what are you putting into law that the people of your country can benefit? Not what you're going to beg people for, not what you're going to say, no. What are you putting? You know how much natural resources to take it from Buffalo and going down?
but I have a question. You know, when I heard the news about Americana taking medical supplies to Buffalo, is it his money or is it legislative project money? I wasn't clear on that.
I mean, number one, legislative project is wrong. Number two, I don't know to answer you. But whether it's a legislative project money or Americana own money, that does not make you a good senator.
No. I get your point. I just wanted to take the question a step before, but I get your point. Making it law of some kind of developmental law will be helpful. But if we're going to say that we're making donations, I just like clarity, who should I give the praises to at this moment? So you talking, we ain't hearing you, or you muted.
No, that new the link in the chat room was and everybody asking for the new link. So go ahead, let me share it. Nelson, can you send it to me again, please?
Let me do
Go
it.
ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, so that's what I was just asking for, and I think you make some great points when you say how should we carry these things that may require electricity to a county that barely gets 24 hours of electricity, or even good 5 hours of electricity. So if you carry electric beds, which is the standard for hospital beds these days, you carry electrical supplies, the things that are required for running a medical clinic, and the nurses and stand on the day here, they can tell us more about that. It may be useful for a certain period of time, but in the end, it may not. One thing you was as you talk about natural resources, you know, as many um, as we get sunlight into the country, many places is our country is like full of sunlight. There's only two seasons, rainy and the dry season. You would think that we'll have like solar panels all over the country. Like even here in my neighborhood, we have like 4 seasons in this country. But there's certain places like I think one company just built a whole farm, a solar farm. That's what we call it over here, just a solar farm, just a solar panel, just to power up the energy that it will use for this company. So I would love to see something like that in Liberia, in these different areas where we have challenges with electricity. Um, as I was trying to the country, I have to tell you guys, I made a mistake. You guys will laugh at me so hard. Um, I was in the country when they announced that Starlink is in the country, right? So I went to the farm and I managed to get the whole Starlink package, the satellite system, and it's a big box. So we have to stop certain area and walk on the farm because transportation road used to be there, but because of the war, a lot of bushes and forests grew where the road is, and so Abraham had to carry that box on his head. And I had the battery pack with me. And guess what I did? I left the battery pack in my suitcase. And so we get there, you open the box to go see if Starlink works on the farm because I needed to be attached to, electricity and just to be attached to the internet. And come to find out, I left the battery pack in my suitcase. It was like, oh my God, you made me walk with this big old box on my head on the farm, and I can't even connect because usually if you charge it and you connect the Starlink to your battery pack, it gives it power. It will last for at least 5 hours or 6 hours. That's all I needed for just to connect, talk to people, talk to the kids, get online and stuff like that. But I couldn't do it because I didn't have any electricity, and that's the whole issue that we're talking about, not having enough electricity. But yeah,
I really don't know about. I really don't know about the Starlink. I don't like to talk about it. During the election, we were given one of the equipment. I don't know whether we still have it at the station, but
we do.
I really don't know about the Starlink like that. So I'm sorry, I don't like to talk about it.
I was trying it out because I don't know much about it, but we're just trying it out.
The next thing is that welcome to the show, Governor Clinton. It's good to have you. Folks, we will be getting into this conversation, as you may know. We'll be bringing in Grace from the office of Funati Kofa. Her name is on the legal document, one of those that the government saying that we're going to put the document up. I think you do have a Nelson from the court. She works in the office of Funati Kofa. We'll be speaking to her shortly. Again, we'll also be speaking to Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow to talk to us about the funeral program. We'll be talking more about Yaya Nimle, Senator Nimle from Grand Jada County. We're going to have Akaris Moses Gray. We're going to have Mo Ali on tonight, that of Jerome Gibson, Mame, Clinton, Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, and the rest of the team. We're going to be having a wonderful program. Wherever you are, please just go on Facebook and share the show. We actually go on YouTube and share the show if you're joining us from YouTube. Let's have a wonderful evening. Today is a holiday here in America. Today is a holiday. Today is Martin Luther King holiday. And also today, Donald Trump was inaugurated. I don't like to talk about American politics because I feel that it's only important that I focus on Liberia now. The rest of the guys they will talk about the politics. So listen, Donald Trump is Donald Trump. You can't change him. And may God save the state here in America. And may God bless us all that live here. But what we focus about Liberia, like I'm grateful for the pause. The new show on Spoon Network, produced by Dama Slanger. I was the guest today. I want to say it was a great show. Thank God Amanda joined us. And I believe there's a room for third option. I do believe that. So we'll be asking people coming on tonight what to make of their option. As we're trying to go back to George Manawia, if Unity Party fail, are we trying to keep Unity Party? If they do fail, what's the need of these third options? We gotta look at it from different dimension, because Liberia is to a place right now. 5 more years added to your life that reaches it. I don't know how old are you. I don't know how old Gamma Clinton is right now. 5 more years added to my life, I will be 54, 55. Imagine, and giving somebody another 12 years, it's going to run you straight into being 67. You have no time. So the question people are asking, do we really need another CDC? Do we really need another Unity Party? If everything is that they failed us before, they failed us now, and they will fail us again. But, I mean, that's a powerful message. We tried Unity Party for 12 years. What we got in return? We tried CDC for 6 years. What we got in return? We try Unity Party again. So this one, try me, I will do it. No, you try me this time. So that's susu we eat. You eat one, I eat. You eat two, I eat. That's susu. Our country is on the susu mission. Mm-hmm. So in the next time will be CDC to eat, or it will be Unity Party to eat. The only 2-party system we have that the people, we cannot tell the people. I mean, so the mindset, that's what Joseph Yima Bwaka have to perform. That's why it's important the State of the Nation address, the SONA, have to be powerful. Make no mistake. President Bwaka have to tell us whether he is the man that we all supported. So listen. I would say this to everybody. It's only important that as time goes by, we bring people on the show, and and we'll discuss it. We will. So seeing Dr. Richardson here, she ready. I don't know Dr. Richardson tell Usher. I'm not gonna put her. She hate for me to do this though. But I don't know. She acting like she grading paper right now. She won't even pay attention to it. She here for us to do this. But who knew about Governor Clinton tell option?
Whatever.
Governor Clinton ran away after an option. They didn't make it. He said that in America they got making plenty of money. Emmanuel Gomaya, he making plenty of money. Emmanuel is a lawyer. Then he will go back again to go talk about.
I'm a pro-pool lawyer. I'm a pro-pool lawyer. Pro-pool lawyer.
How you be a pro-pool lawyer? Even pro-pool lawyer will go with $265 per hour. Even if you're working for the state, you make $265 per hour. So,
I said a pro-pool lawyer. You give me
a pro-pool lawyer.
That's the beauty of going to school, you know.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
I was talking about the different options. The thing is, we're giving Unity Party 18 years. We're getting 12, we're giving them 6. CDC only has 6, so there's only fair after first to give us another opportunity because we've learned. We had our first stand. Of course, there were challenges, but we learned a lot from the challenges. And I think 2029, we are going to be ready for the challenge ahead. It's only fair. You can't put us in the same boat with Unity Party Stanton. You're talking about people who were 18 years or later. We just had 6. That was our first rodeo. We learned some things. So 2029 is going to be interesting, and we're going to be ready. We are doing a lot of work at the party level. We're doing a lot of work, doing a lot of deep reflections. I say, yeah, man.
Because I'm shaking my head, right? Because you are too educated to say that.
We are doing a lot of. What are you talking about?
Seriously.
After
I'm shaking my head.
After
No, you
12
hold on.
years.
No, you hold on. No, I know we started the show yet, Dr. Richard said.
After 12 years of Unity Party, you still campaign and give them another 6 years, and you believe that after 6 years of CDC, we should never have an opportunity at power again?
So again, and thank you for asking though. I'm troubled. Hearing from you, my dear brother, I'm troubled. That you living in Mars, here in America, children going to, like my children, wonderful school. You can stay in your home and the school bus come right in front of your house and pick up your child.
Yeah.
You don't have to give them recess. They eat at school.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to, worry about hospital. You know very well they will go to hospital, whether they have insurance or not. They will have the best medication, the best healthcare system that will attend to them. You are saying because Unity Party is into the 18 years, so therefore the Liberian people owed George Manawea to give him 18 years. I'm shocked. I am scared. I am concerned deeply that an educated man, my friend, my brother, Governor Clinton, will sell Liberia in such a way. I mean, it's
really
Oh no! That's it. This time around, I am serious.
Make your argument, because we can also tie you to.
I'm gonna make my argument now, but
because when you cannot respond, because then we can make your argument.
If you say I finished, then we'll win now. But you're tired me. I want to, Dr. Richardson. I want the rest of the guys to come on the show.
You moderator.
No, I'm moderating. Nelson
on this
producing.
I'm Nelson the moderator.
There you go, the little girl calling you. And to tell you the truth, Dr. Richardson, I wore my t-shirt, right? It had boss on a BOSS.
Mm-hmm.
Levi just turned 2 years old. Levi look at B. He said, Dada B. He look at O. I was shocked. 2 years old. 2.
Yes.
I want everybody to hear. Give me the 2 years in Liberia, 2-year-old child in Liberia. The early start is very important.
Yes.
Yeah, in America.
Anywhere in the world, yeah.
Anywhere in the world. Levi took all the water from the refrigerator and he was putting it back. I said, Levi, thank you. He said, you're welcome. He can't even pronounce the word, but the mere fact that he knows his colors. He knows his shapes.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the babies in Liberia and say, they charge you one E. Then they charge E, man. That fundamental growth, that developmental stage in life, that if my brother Governor Clinton say today is okay, because that's Susu, Unity Party eating at 18 years, it means that CDC should eat at under 18 years. Governor Clinton, from Riverside / Grand Bassa, the people are ashamed. The people are disappointed.
Let me tell option argument. Lee, let me tell
let me leave Governor Clinton alone.
I'm gonna switch the conversation with you a little bit.
Yeah, let me leave Governor Clinton alone, folks, because let me say the last thing before I leave it alone, Dr. Richardson. It would be important that government should think about Liberia of tomorrow. I beg everybody, Don't blame Gamma there. Because people are watching, people are texting. Seriously. People telling Gamma there what to say. People telling Gamma there what to say. Attack center. I mean, are you kidding me? Listen.
You rest there. Leave it, man.
Are you kidding me?
The reality is the elections.
We should go into Susu with our country. We should go into Susu where you E1, I E1. We should do put there. The time to eat. When the people are failing us, when the people are so disturbed that if we don't send them money, they will not survive.
We're a political party.
No, I don't have any political party. I remain neutral.
You remain neutral?
Yeah, that topic for a little bit. That way for everybody to talk.
That originally say, what you mean what teacher? We just play. We're starting to show shop.
Look, at the end of the day,
Grace Johnson is coming on from Fonati office. She will be our first guest. We'll be speaking to her. But make your point, Governor Clinton.
You know,
convince them.
6 years. 6 years interesting. The task of governance for a country like Liberia, right? Where there are historical challenges, hundreds of years, over 100 years of challenges. It's not easy to transform anything. You have to understand.
6 years is that 6 years cannot transform anything?
It's almost impossible to make significant changes within 6 year period.
So can you hold on 1 minute?
It's almost. I didn't say you can't do anything, like, bro. I didn't say the government is making it as it's important.
But can you hold on 1 minute while I ask you a question?
See, you are talking. I ask questions, but I can't interrupt. But you want me to be my kid?
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard what government said. You just heard what government said. 6 years can make you to be the most corrupt person. You can build homes. You can build your duplexes. You can steal from the Liberian people. But 6 years cannot make you to do the right thing. That's kind of the argument.
No.
Wait.
But you finished talking. And you finished talking, and you said what?
Who said I finished talking?
But you talk. It was my time to talk.
Can you imagine a government there in the office of Nathaniel Fallow McGill, Chief of Staff to President George Manawia? It's making their father say, okay, that 6 years was it enough? But we got a picture. You work in my office. Steven Johnson sent me all the pictures.
But I need
Dr. Bobla, welcome to the show. How you doing,
Dr. Bobla, welcome. Stand on here, give me hard time.
Thank you, CEO. And good evening, Dr. Richardson, Nelson, Kamada, and to all of our friends who watch and listen. It's good to be here tonight.
Dr. Bobla, how's the family?
Family doing well. We thank God. I just want you to know, CEO, that Dr. Richardson was at the show, at the celebration, and she was like a superstar. People were just following her all around, trying to get autographs and all that stuff. So, Spoon is a big deal. I just want to know the doctor was a superstar. She and her good-looking husband, Mr. Richardson, and we were so excited to have them. By the way, Dr. Richardson, you rode the keke, right?
Yes, I did. So, Dr. Bobla arranged that we park in a certain parking lot, and then he had keke to transport us to his home because there was a lot of, lack of parking spaces. A lot of people arrived earlier than we did. So I rode keke for the first time.
We didn't want to dirty your shoes, so we had to catch.
While I was in Labrador, Dr. Bobla, I rode the Pempe, the motorbike. I did.
And that was dangerous. They're not for VIPs. We put the VIPs. And by the way, the keke that Dr. Richardson rode, it's only a few of them in Liberia. That's the new one. I don't know if you noticed, not the small one.
No,
it's the bigger one.
Space.
Very spacious.
Yeah, why would you call it like keke?
I mean, I have to say that Dr. Bobla is making a lot of commitment to our country. You know, he been living in America, living his comfort, and going to Liberia to be able to serve as the vice president for Clinton is quite impressive, and I want to give you all the credit. He's actually home. You can see he has a big, nice home. I want to have my next anniversary there.
Come on now, it's free to you. Come on, it's free to.
It's a good, nice yard. It's just a nice building. It's nice.
Yeah, but we were invited to Bopler to the post.
It's free to you too. We got school here, we got gymnasium here, we got basketball, everything after you see you. Anytime you
I want to ask a question though. Is that the place where we were sitting where for the eating? Are you turning that into a church? I was just having vision of that. I don't know. I was just thinking that would be a nice spot to just have your own church.
We'll see. We got plenty to do here, work to do. So we'll see what the future.
Dr. Bobler, he doesn't like to talk about his church affiliation. I don't know why.
Be quiet, CEO. Move on to the next topic. Move on to the next topic.
Well, so welcome, Muhammad Ali. It's good to have you, my friend. How you doing?
The MD looking like Jeff on China. I see the MD in here, mouse.
Leave it with me. The man here propose to buy.
They're not proposed to that MD wearing over there. They're not proposed to.
But I talk about suit.
They're not proposed to.
Now you know I propose to that.
Okay. Hello to everyone, and my man, this is just a normal, regular suit.
Normal suit for the chief.
It will be okay if you are Mao Zedong suit because I am an admirer of Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao.
It makes sense.
What do you call Chairman Mao? Who's that?
The Chinese dictator.
The father of modern China.
Oh, okay. All right. But it's good to have you, Mo Ali. It's good to have Dr. Bobler, Governor Clinton, Dr. Richardson. Like we always do, the show going to be a jam-packed show tonight. We got a lot to cover. I want to say to all of our many followers, thank you again for taking up your time to join us, please, folks. Share our show. Go on Facebook. Share the show. The best you can do is to share and invite everyone. I'm seeing Uncle Samuel Jackson, LSE, Uncle Sam P. Jackson in the back. I'm going to bring him on. Mo Ali, please don't say anything. Keep it in the chat room. Let me bring Uncle Sam Jackson on. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. I haven't read anything in our chat room since day.
How you say so if you blame the old man say because he can post his stuff, nobody can respond, nobody can reply, then you say you haven't read everything. You two will not follow you guys.
I said I haven't read. I said I haven't posted there. If I haven't posted more than 1 hour now, single comment.
But actually, what wrong, Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam, why did not people at least 5 people can't even respond to your post? Why?
When they don't have anything to say and they know what I'm saying is truth, they're quiet. Okay. But when they disagree with it and they want to fight me, then at a time. But when I said something, they don't have any answer to it. Hey. But Mwale, I want to tell you something.
But we got it, yo.
Let me finish. I beg you. And the fact that you say I'm a city planner, it has really stuck, and people believe that, but that's the business. If they don't know what urban economics is the business. The second thing is, you say I live in Samuel 12 house. One of my friends called me 2 nights ago and said, oh, that's Samuel 12 house you living in? More Ali, you gotta be careful how you make your joke. Because nobody like bro will be city planner anymore because city planner is a bad thing. You know? Where you have done a whole generation of Liberian urban planners, they will think that's a bad thing. More you can't be 20 kind of thing because of politics. You can't be lying to say I live in
city. They got contract on the city planning thing.
You say what happened?
Hey, they got contract on city planning.
What contract from where?
Uncle say you about to Uncle say
you make us also lie every day. So that your government will just lie. I live in a house. Okay? Your old man, Jack Kabakoli, go ask you, Jack Kabakoli came to my home more than 22 years ago to there, seeing horse here, he been here. So you just lie and the people will believe you. Stop lying on me. I beg you, Papa. I take God to beg you.
Okay. So I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Sam just threw in the white flag. He's saying that Mo should he taking God to beg Mo Ali. But
Just
again,
stop lying on me. Just
Uncle Sam,
stop
that's
lying.
fine.
Because so in a position, people, anything that come out of your mouth will believe it.
Okay, so we're gonna jump into this conversation though. If we're ready, we want to say welcome everybody. Let's do the show. Let's talk about Liberia. Let's discuss the issue. We're gonna be bringing on the first on this conversation would be Grace Johnson. She's the chief of protocol. Yeah, my Grace, you can come on if you're hearing me. We will be bringing in Grace Johnson. You can log in. We want to say to all of you who is Grace Johnson, that's her name. Chief of Protocol to the Speaker for Natikofi. We want to discuss this. Evan Snow will be coming later during the program. We'll talk about the action that was taken by Madam First Lady Katuma. 1 month suspension, seriously? We'll discuss it. We'll discuss Yaya Nimle remark at the funeral. Some of you guys were off. I really want to hear from you. And we'll discuss the state of the nation. We all waiting now to hear what President Barker going to say during the SONA next week, Monday. This government, the way forward, as the president set a new agenda. I want to say to all of you, welcome to the Spoon Talk, Dr. Richardson. Guys, please today, let's respect the time. 2 minutes. Tell us what's on your mind, Dr. Richardson.
So I would be remiss if I did not mention that today is Martin Luther King's Day. I know that Stanton, you sometimes don't like us to discuss American politics here, but I believe Martin Luther King effort and his fight for civil rights and freedom for the Black person in the United States and around the world is strongly tied to what we do here at Spoon. I just want to say he was an activist, a political philosopher, a prominent civil rights and economic rights leader from 1955, and he was assassinated in 1968. He's known for I Have a Dream March that he and several others, a lot of people, in fact, had a march in Washington D.C. where he spoke about a lot of things, Black children experiencing going to separate schools, Black people drinking in separate water fountain, having separate entrance to buildings, and how it impacts not only the Black man but also impacts America as a whole. I just wanted to just talk about Martin Luther King and want to just tell him to rest in peace and thank you for all he did for the Black person or the person of color, or however culturally diverse person, however you want to consider yourself. So thank you, Martin Luther King, and I respect that today is Martin Luther King Day. So thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, and thank you for remembering Martin Luther King. We remember Martin Luther King, all of our generation. We still remember him because of Martin Luther King action and position. We are where we are today, and I want to say thanks for doing that on the show. Governor Clinton, remember the governor said that Joe West should have his spoon of 18 years, something that I really don't understand. This Liberia is trying to see
that wouldn't be true because I cannot have 18 years. You can only have 12.
Governor Clinton, go ahead, sir.
So, of course, I'm looking forward to talking about the issues of rule of law, particularly on the Capitol, the case with the Capitol burning, and of course, the illegal attempt, because I don't think the speaker is removed yet, the illegal attempt to remove the speaker that given rise to all these different things that happen. And as far as how the current suspects are being treated, I saw a video today of how these young people were parked into the back of a police vehicle today. I mean, just in the most inhumane conditions, the way they've been treated by the security forces. I'm also looking forward to a conversation on, PYJ's funeral and how the youth wing of his MDR responded, their perception of what happened to Prince Johnson, what contributed to his death. important conversation. Of course, all the different things that we'll discuss today.
From Brother Turkey, Governor Clinton, Dr. Booklet, what's on your mind, sir?
CEO, we all know that today is inauguration in Washington D.C. Donald John Trump is making his second appearance as president of the United States. And as I watch, I'm thinking about the lessons that we can learn from what happening there and what could happen here. So when Donald Trump was elected the first time, there was a peaceful transfer. The people there just said, "Congratulations, Mr. President-elect," and passed things over to him. When he didn't win, there was a whole lot of confusion. He wins again, the people say, "Congratulations, Mr. President-elect," and now Mr. President, and pass it over. So peaceful transfer is important to democracy. President Weah did that, and we commend him for that, even though we made more than we should have of it, as if to say he did the nation a favor. He didn't. That is an obligation and responsibility. Here's what I'm learning as I look at the American system. I remember well, CEO Big I was there when Trump was elected the first time. All the craziness, the things he said, people were like, "Oh, this man will destroy this country totally." He didn't destroy the country because you can destroy America because of the system they have. The president is very powerful, but the people preserve their right to prosperity and preservation. Why? Because they're decentralized. The president only have but so much power over the state of West Virginia. So Liberia can learn from that. We need to decentralize and give our nation the best shot to prosperity in the shortest period of time than continuously running with this super centralized system where the Morovia controls everything and the nation is on a painfully slow path to socio-economic development. I think as a nation, let's look at other people and learn as much as we can to make our nation better. Thank you, CEO.
Dr. Booklet, thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Mo Ali, what's on your mind, Mo?
Thank you, Stanton. I don't know what much is on my mind. You've said already that we will discuss the Thomas Yaya Nimne statement, a tribute at the late Senator Johnson's funeral. I can't wait to hear that tribute and to hear previous statements that he has made against the people of Nimba during campaign and even in argument with the late Senator Johnson. I can't wait to respond to him to interpret his statement for the Liberian people. I believe in this country to begin to hold up the rule of law. It doesn't matter who is involved with a crime. But one thing we have done successfully in this country is not only now, even from the past, is to politicize everything that has to do with rule of law. Once you are in the opposition and something happens, maybe an opposition person is involved, it becomes an issue of witch hunt and all the bad things happen. And that is one reason why crimes are not solved in our country, because the country is so politically charged to the extent that we made the security to appear like they are partisans. We made the judicial system to appear like they are partisans. And what can confuse me, and we all are guilty of this, is the fact that you will be dealing with the police today, like the CDC were dealing with the police just yesterday. And then the UP comes in. The next second, that same police people the CDC were dealing with yesterday, those same police people, quickly now, they are switched now to being UP, and all these kind of things. So sometimes I wonder, why do we even have them if we just believe that they are partisans and they will always be partisans? And so, we need to look at these things critically, or else people will always hide under the canopy of politics and commit crimes, and they go free. Like, I could go and commit a crime, they come after me and say, oh, because I'm a member of UP, that's what they coming after me for. Even if the pieces of evidence are overwhelming, we will still link it to politics and politicize everything. And so I look forward to all of the discussions that we are going to have to make my contribution. And I can also say that I'm not too sure I will go beyond 12, because it normally going 1 o'clock has.
No, we got to stop at 12 more. You are quite correct. We have Grace Johnson coming on. Snow will be coming on later. I can see Madam Grace Johnson in the back. So Uncle Sam, let's hear you, your opening, then I'll bring in Madam Grace Johnson.
Well, thank you very much. To the American people, happy Martin Luther King Day. I knew some people when I went to the States who had connection with Martin Luther King. Was a Liberian woman who was like a side chick to MLK, living in Harlem. And she showed me the room and there's his ashtray and all of that. And this woman died in Liberia like about, I think like 2002, 2003. And we gave her a very good burial, but she was Martin Luther King's very close friend. Look. And so just basically have the second thing I want to talk about is the inauguration today. I went to America as a young kid, 15 going on 16. And I know the American psyche, okay? What is happening today is an era. It's only going to last 4 more years, right? Here is the thing. I heard somebody talk about the peaceful transfer of power. There was no peaceful transfer of power. When Biden was going January 6th, people have forgotten January 6th, when the Capitol was invaded by rebellious forces, killing probably dozens of police officers, trying to hang Nancy Pelosi and what's his name, Mike Pence. That was not a peaceful transfer of power. You have a convicted felon who was inaugurated today. You have somebody who publicly admitted grabbing the genitalia of people. You have somebody credibly trying to alter the results of the election in Georgia, where he was indicted. You have people credibly flirting and trying to undermine the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And you say there was a peaceful transfer of power? There was not a peaceful transfer of power in 2020. But let me tell you something, my Liberian people. This is an era. Trump is by 80 years old. He will be gone in 4 years. America is going to come back, it's going to settle down, and things are going to be okay in America. This is just a phase. Lastly, Saturday, we saw what the book people call schism, the big divide that Liberia is undergoing today, where people spoke on every single anger, and the anger was that came from the mouths of people. Only one person and one person alone can fix that. Is President Lima Boyka to reach out, even if you feel that people are wrong, you disagree with them.
Uncle Sam, let's go.
What I'm saying, this is, let me just 30 seconds. 30 seconds, I beg you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you feel that they are wrong, you have to reach out to the disaffected, to the unhappy, because they're all Liberians. No matter how you feel, you need to deal with the anger and frustrations of your citizens. That's my point. Thank you.
CEO, real quick. Uncle Sam, you didn't hear me well. I said there was a peaceful transfer when Donald Trump was elected. When he wasn't elected, he caused a lot of commotion. Now he's elected again.
No, you didn't call it. You didn't call it. There was not a peaceful transfer. You didn't say it was a peace. You said it was a lot of commotion. That was not commotion. That was
No,
not
no.
commotion.
The point
That's
I'm making. No, listen. The point I'm making is when he was elected, it was the transfer of power was peaceful. When he was not elected, he tried to disrupt the system and overthrow the
you
system.
never said that. You said commotion. You
Now
said
he's elected
commotion.
again. What the point I'm making is peaceful
Right,
transfer
here
of
we have.
power is important to democracy, and I
So,
hope this president understand
And there
that
was not a
respect.
peaceful transfer in
so
2020. It was not.
again, I want to beg
No,
Bishop,
I agree,
Bishop,
but you
you,
didn't
Dr.
understand.
Boblet, Dr. Boblet, we'll have that. We have Grace Johnson coming on the show, after which we can get into these different. That's why I don't like to discuss the American politics because it's like Liberia hot water. But I want to say on this stuff, folks, share our show, get involved. Let me bring in um, Madam Grace Johnson. Um, Grace, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us today, wherever you're joining us from. Grace is Chief of Protocol to Speaker J. Fudati Kofa. She worked in the office. Grace Johnson, welcome to Spunter for the very first time. It's good seeing
Thank
you. How
you.
you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Hello to all. How are you guys?
Thank you, Grace. Let's just get right into it because you know the agreement is that we will not hold you too long. So again, we got to respect our own agreement. It's always good to see you. The question, your name is ringing a bell into the investigation process, the burning of the Capitol building. Can you introduce yourself, your position in the Speaker office, and why are you on the investigation? What can you tell us? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to my Liberian people. Good evening to everyone who's listening. My name is Grace Johnson. I'm the Chief of Protocol to the Speaker, Councillor J. Fanati Kofa. Um, and I've been with him since 2016, but in the Speaker's office since we took over in January. Um, So, honestly speaking, I have no idea why is it my name was mentioned. I woke up this morning and around 9 a.m., the first thing I saw like 15 text messages from different people sending me, you know, what's have been posted on social media, and I was in complete shock. Um, First of all, let me make this clear. I am one, not on the run to anywhere. I work for, if anyone who knows Jay Fanati Gofa knows that he's a workaholic. Um, and when he left the country, usually, and that's how we do it all the time. When he leaves the country, that's the time we decide to, do our own personal thing. And with him leaving the country to go on to wherever he was going, I decided to come to the States to get, my usual medical checkup and see my family. My mom lives here. I'm currently in Ohio. Um, so for me to wake up this morning and my family, everybody is panicking because they see that my name is under an LMP post saying that, I fled, and not knowing what's going on. I honestly, when I say I was in a complete shock, I was. Now, number one, the IG, Gregory Coleman, has my phone number. No one has contacted me from nowhere. He has my phone number. Every time he needed to get in touch with my boss, he will give me a call. He has my personal phone number. He has my work phone number. Number two, the NSA boss, Prince Johnson, has my phone number. He's also a friend. Anytime they needed to get in contact with me, they will give me a call. Number three, the justice minister, who I consider like an uncle to me, has my phone number. So for me to wake up this morning and my entire world is just turned upside down because of something that was posted that I'm on the run for something I have no knowledge about, um, I mean, I'm just in disbelief. Hello? I can't hear you.
No, you're good, Grace.
Yeah,
Go
we're
ahead,
hearing
man.
you. We're hearing you. We're hearing you well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically that's it. I have no idea what's going on and why is it that, my name is being spread that I'm on the run when I have not received not one phone call from anybody to tell me that I'm undergoing an investigation, number one, or I'm even a suspect on anything, number two. So that's just what it is, Denton.
Okay. So when, are you saying that when you ever call that
I was never
your
called,
person of interest?
never called,
Did you see your name on any documents?
nothing,
As of
absolutely
today, is your
nothing,
name on any document that you're a person of interest?
nothing. I have not been contacted, not by one person. I'm saying this again. All
So then
these
you are not a
people,
person of interest. Then,
no, as far as I'm concerned,
so what are we? Okay, okay. Do you know Eric?
I don't know him personally. He works in the Capitol building.
Is there anything else you want to tell us?
No, honestly, I'm just a normal, regular Liberian citizen who have had the opportunity to work with an amazing man, a man who I have learned a whole lot from. Now, if I'm someone of interest or whatever it is, give me a call, tell me. I didn't run away. I don't run away. Everybody knows. I mean, I left through the Liberia airport. I used my passport. So how is it that I'm on the run? Honestly, I'm just in a complete shock.
Are you saying that Oswald Toy is your uncle or he's like an uncle to you?
He's like an uncle to me. I know him personally because
The
of some
justice
family
minister.
ties. Yes. The justice minister, I know him because of some family ties. He's tied to, some people in my family. I know him. So it's not like I have personal relationship with all three of these people. You understand? Like they can call me at any time. So if for me to wake up and see my name on LMP, their statement saying I'm a person of interest, honestly, I am in disbelief. I'm in complete shock because
So you're not on the run.
I'm not on the run.
Are you in Liberia? If you care to answer, are you in Liberia?
No, when I came on, I said I'm in Ohio. I'm
Oh, you're in
in
Ohio.
Ohio
Okay.
with my mother, where I've been for like a week now almost. So I'm not on the run.
Listen, I'm going to stop this fire. I know you're waiting to come back. Since they didn't reach out to you, since they never sent you a text or phone call whatsoever, and you never received, do you have a lawyer? Did they reach out to your lawyer just to clear the air? No?
No, I mean, which lawyer? I haven't committed any crime.
Okay.
So there's no reason for me to go get a lawyer. I have not committed any crime. So
Okay.
if someone wants to reach out to me, like I said, these people are personal friends. They could call me and they know family members of mine. They know friends. They could reach out to any single one of them if they claim they didn't get hold of me, which no one contacted me, you know.
Grace Johnson, thank you very much. You promised to come back if we have more development on the story. You are announcing to the nation, you are announcing to everyone that no one reached out to you. You don't find yourself to be person of interest. You are not on the run. I believe folks in government hearing you. And I believe that, I mean, if you are not on the run, you are not. Then nobody reached out to you. So therefore, did you see anything on Liberia National Police website with saying that you are?
Honestly, like I said, this morning I woke up to 15 text messages with the same post. 15. And I've been in complete shock just like everybody else. Like And it's not like I'm the type of person I announce when I'm leaving the country. Everyone knew I was leaving. Like my friends, everybody knew I was leaving. I go, I'm coming back. You know, my boss is not in town. I'm gonna take my little vacation, go see the doctor, see my mom. I haven't seen my mom. We came here last October, September, and we came for work. I didn't get to see my mom. So any chance I get to see my mom and also for me to see the doctor, I'm going to take it. We we work for a man who is a workaholic. When he takes a vacation, that's the time I get my vacation. I'm the first person to interact with him apart from the security, and I'm the last person to leave him. So I barely have time for myself. When my boss leave, I also take the advantage of leaving.
Thank you very much, Grace. We hope you can come again and we can discuss more on this issue. We appreciate your time, Ms. Spoon. Thanks a
All
lot.
right. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's Grace Johnson, Chief Protocol of the Office of the Speaker, Jim Funati Kofa. We're going to get into the rest of the conversation. It's good having all of you. Dr. Richardson, I'll make you last on this one. I'm going to go to Dr. Bobler. Dr. Bobler, what you make of Grace Johnson coming on for a few minutes?
I don't make much at all. She said what she said. She was pretty clear. She said nobody's contacted her. She doesn't know that she's a person of interest. I don't have any details. I'm not part of the security apparatus, and I don't have any additional information. I would have asked her a question though, that if the, she were contacted and asked to come home uh, as part of participant in the investigation, I would just be interested to find out if she would do so. But beyond that, I really have nothing to say about what she said.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much. Let me go to Mo Adi. What say you, Mo? Mo, you got to speak on that. People not hearing you on the radio, sir.
No, Stanton, I have absolutely no comment. Like I've been saying from day one, I think we should allow the security people to do their work. If the security have issue with her, they will call her, like you said there. She said they haven't called her, so I have nothing to say. Even if they are called her, I still don't have anything to say.
Thank you very much, Mo Adi. Uncle Sam?
Was she on any official police website or Stanton?
And that's the reason why the information we're receiving. That's why I asked her. She said no. You heard her say no. Nobody reached out to her, but nobody from the government officially reached out to her.
Okay. So Stanton, what this tells me is that there's no investigation. There's a witch hunt. I've seen her dozens of times at Funati Kofa's office doing her work diligently. And I mean, I'm not a god, but let's just face it. If you want to burn an office, would you call that young lady you just saw here, articulate, brilliant, protocol officer that work in the speaker's office to be part of a conspiracy to burn to burn the Capitol? Is this what Gregory Coleman and others, Unity partisans are telling us, that this young lady that just showed up, which is highly articulate, highly educated, very committed to her boss, they're trying to draw in Speaker Funati Kofa? This is what it's all about. There's no investigation. There was no forensic report. There was no, they couldn't tell you the accelerant that was used. They couldn't tell you nothing. They torture people to lie. This is the autocracy that is growing in Liberia. This is the emergence of autocracy. This is the emergence of a military dictatorship, a junta that is coming up, violating the human rights of people. That girl you just saw in Ohio there, she looked like an arsonist to y'all. That Funati's, one of the closest in Funati's office, he will use her to call people to go and burn the speaker office. Then Funati Kofa, that stupid man. Come on, guys. Let's stop this nonsense. Let's stop this nonsense. Let's get some real investigators, people who know about arson, people who know about accelerant, people who can investigate, and let's get to the bottom of this, because the way this is going, This is going like a comedy of errors.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Complete comedy of errors.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, guys. Let me bring in Governor Clinton. Governor, what about me? What do you make of this?
Look, full disclosure, I know Grace personally. I knew Grace for a short time. Had the pleasure of knowing a very sweet, one of the sweetest human beings I have interacted with. But look, this entire case from the onset, if you look at how this entire thing unfolded, from the attempt to remove the speaker up to the burning of the Capitol, there's been a lot of political undertone to it. And here you have a young lady. I don't know if this website, I've seen snippets of the website today. I don't know if this is an official LMP website, but if this is an official LMP website, where she just said is telling that she's in contact, or at least people at the highest level of the security sector know her personally. They've now reached out to her, and somehow her name is showing up on this. If you will go back to that recording from Tom when he was, revealing torture, he disclosed that, there was a serious attempt by members of the security forces to implicate her, and there were several questions asked about her implicating her. So, again, this is a calculated plan. Only the police and the security forces right now know the evidence they have. We've not seen any of those evidence, other than what we've been told that this is awesome. Even to get past that, we really don't know. But again, just the way people have been treated, and I understand Dr. Buple would say he wanted to ask, if she would be willing to engage with an investigation if she were invited. Like, if I was in Grace's position, knowing this, and these are all facts, knowing that people were here for several days without access to lawyers, knowing they were here outside of the constitutionally permissible period, knowing that they are claiming torture, who you really want her to get on? Can you trust the security system for her to get on the plane and subject herself to any kind of, investigation? The people who are presently in the custody of the police are claiming torture. They've been here illegally. They've been here without access to lawyers. So this show, again, I'm looking forward to seeing any of the forensic evidence. But again, we've not seen anything. The police have not, disclosed any of the evidence they have, other than trying to intimidate and torture people to be used as state witnesses. I think that's the only evidence they have so far, torturing people to see.
Thank you. Let me bring in Glenn. Talk to us. Where are you with Grace's presentation tonight? And indeed, whether it's the Liberian National Police website on Facebook, whether it's the Facebook page, it carrying Grace Johnson name. So yes, she is. Say, listen, nobody called me. Nobody sent me no text message. I know also Toy. I know Prince C. Johnson. I know Gregory Coleman. But here we are. My name is on the document on the page, and nobody have reached out to me. Glennie, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on today. I listened to Grace, and what I would hope is that somebody from the police station also heard what she said, because what we don't want to hear or don't want to see happening is that people are being accused of crimes in the public that they have not committed. We can't just, everything is subjective. We can't just look at Grace and say, oh, she's a criminal, she's not a criminal. I don't know her personally, but she was very eloquent and pointed on her statement. So I think for us to have somebody's name, or people have it flying around, I actually just saw a post about it, but I think it is important that we will just say what we know based on what we hear. I would hope that this case is being looked into correctly, that people are not being accused of a crime that they did not commit. And if Grace knows the justice minister, the NSA boss, and the police director, I will hope that somebody will reach out to her and issue a statement. If she's not a person of interest, I think it's very unfair if she is saying that no one has called her. She's not involved in any of these things. She knows these people personally and they have not reached out. I think it's important that they clarify whether she is or not. But she was eloquent. I can't say she's lying. I can't say she's telling the truth. But we just know her side. and what the post said, and we don't know what the police is saying and whether it is indeed, like someone said, if that website or whatever represents the national police. If it does, then this is a startling contradiction that they will have her on their page as a person of interest, but they have not reached out to her. And that will say more about the police. I would hope that this will be addressed. May not have to be addressed in the public. It needs to be addressed.
I mean, thank you very much, Glennie. It's good to have you. Mommy, you like to share your view on this? Okay, Mommy is doing something in the back. Isaac, though, you want to come on? You like to share your view, Isaac?
Yes, I want to believe that the page is fake, but if it is not fake, it's a shame to the political police. It's a disgrace and an embarrassment to the incompetent Shumbata. There's only one person who surely burn the capital, and that one person is Jeff Natikofa. Nobody else in Liberia burn capital. Only one person must have burned it at Jeff Natikofa. Only one person. So once you are a staffer in the office of Jeff Natikofa, you must confess that Jeff Natikofa burned it. Nobody else. Liberia get 5.5 million people. Nobody else burned the capital. One and only one person did. That Funatikofa. So if you are a Liberian and Funati wants to appoint you in his office, maybe you don't need to go there because why? You must confess that Funatikofa. It is a shame. It is an embarrassment, a disgrace to the incompetence we are seeing. The politicization of that building is staggering, and it is a shame.
Thank you very much. Mommy, are you with us? Before I bring in Honorable Gray, you like to share?
Yeah, I listened to the lady. I mean, very intelligent. I just sitting on the show, seeing the police information and looking at what she's saying. It would be irresponsible on my part to make a judgment in the absence of knowing what the police has and against her own statement. We can speculate as analysts, we can politicize it, but because it is a criminal investigation, we'll leave that to the police so that they can be able to do their job. I don't have evidence that she's involved. I'm not a CIA, I'm not a NSA official, I'm not a police officer. I don't know her, I listened to her. I trust what she said, I trust what the police said. At the end of the day, only the court and the investigation will prove guilt or innocence. As I stand, it will be irresponsible on my part to condemn the police. It will be irresponsible on my part to condemn the person who is accused and say, no, you're lying, you don't want to put a fire there. It will be irresponsible to say the police is lying. We leave that for the investigation to unfold.
Thank you very much, Abula. Thank you a lot. Let me bring in Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray.
Thank you very much. Let me say good evening to all on the show. Look, let me just be very clear. I know Grace. They lie on her. That's why, in fact, the Minister of Justice and the police director should leave. This is very dangerous for the power march of the country. Grace is very innocent. That's what I'm saying because I know her. She cannot get involved into that. There are a lot of defects in the case. If you look at Article 21B and C of the Constitution, a lot of defects. It destroys the government automatically. You arrest people, you seize their property without a search warrant. Search and seizure, no warrant. You arrest the people, you took their phone from them. You kept it. You don't have a search and seizure warrant. It's a violation of Article 21B of the Liberian Constitution. Clear cut. There is not hard pursuit. They were not running and you chased them. You didn't seize the phone in the act of committing the crime. So every information you extracted from the phone is violation of Article 21B of the Liberian Constitution. Read it and put it up. Article 21C of the Liberian Constitution is very clear that every point of the investigation, the accused should have their counsel with them at every point of the investigation, except they waive that right. Take, for example, Tom is on record. They never invited his lawyer. NSA talking to unknown destination, interrogated him and the other guys. Under the laws of Liberia, the constitution, I'm not talking about statute. Any evidence, anything you took from them, any statement is inadmissible. You cannot adduce it into evidence. The government is defeated automatically because of gross profanity. They want to destroy him. They want to have him arrested. These are the things. Everything Fonati. All the guys who they arrested, but three of them out of Fonati carry them capital bidding or they work with Fonati. What happened with the police? What happened to the police that were assigned that night? What happened to the capital bidding police officers that were there? What happened to the majority block that were manning, the majority block that had the keys for the joint assembly? It's not everybody say rotunda. It's not a rotunda. It's the joint assembly, the joint chimos that got born, not a rotunda. Every day they go in the joint assembly to have how do you call it, session. The majority block. Why none of them were interrogated? The chairs that left the place. Why nobody was called? Why Fonati? Grace should not come to that bureau because Grace come to that bureau. Gregory and the Minister of Justice will touch her all. They want to eliminate her. That's the essence of this entire thing. To get rid of her, that girl is very innocent. She left this country. No one called. She didn't run away from the country. You go put on police website. And America and Liberia get extradition treated. They put through the foreign minister to extradite her. Ask the justice minister and the foreign minister to extradite her. But Grace should not come to Liberia to be placed into NSA torture chamber. She should never come back to Liberia. This country is not safe. On the basis of the interrogation, Liberia is not safe by what is happening. You can't trust Grace with Gregor Como or the Minister of Justice. We got to be very clear. For me, I'm very clear. I'm not missing my words. I want the Minister of Justice to understand, and that thing he's talking that when people thought they were arrested, they ain't go sleep.
Thank you, Honorable Greg. Greg, it's good to have you.
You're talking about arresting people.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Greg. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson and Gibson. You will take us home while we rotate the show. Again, guys, please go on your Facebook, your YouTube, share the show. Let's have a great program tonight. Dr. Richardson, your 2 cents on this one with Grace Johnson.
2 comments. One is I believe that we should contact the IG or either the police department to confirm whether her name is on the investigation list or not. No one seemed to know. We have seen a website and a couple of posts that have her name, but it has not been confirmed. So that's the first thing. Number 2 is I wanted to know what does she make of all of these people named that she listed: Gregor Coma, Johnson, and Oscar Tue. They know her. What does she make of them not even calling her if she is under investigation? Nobody have called her, as she said. So I would like to have understood what does she make of that? What's going on with that? So that's what I have to add.
My thing is that, as Rishi said, it is on the Facebook page of the Liberian National Police. I'm not going to reach out to them. They should reach out now and clear the air. That's a fake page. That's not our page. Or Grace Johnson is wanted for investigation. This thing about you put it on your page and you say, well, we should contact you again. No, it's up to Gregory Coma. It's up to the national security guys to do the clarity. Let me bring in Gibson Jeru, and then from that, we'll wrap up on this one. Gibson, what were your 2 cents in this? Gibson, on mute now.
I did not read the article. I didn't see. I'm still looking for it on the Liberian National Police website. I want
go on Facebook and put Liberian National Police. It will come up.
Yeah, so I'll pass over me.
Okay. Just go on Facebook. Just put Liberian. I don't know. Again, if this is not the official Facebook page of the Liberian National Police, they should say something. Because it's clearly,
they can put everything on. Don't stop dating.
It clearly have a name. It clearly have a name on it. So what we rest on that one. My thing is that I'm glad that she came out. I'm glad she said, listen, when I spoke to her in the back, she said, Stanton, if they call me, I will be available. I will be willing to cooperate. But nobody called me. I saw it on the Liberian National Police page, like she said on the show. Again, but we should also understand, you still have Eric and you have Tom. They are in jail right now. Well, it is true. We are hearing that some of them confessing to what? So let's take another round on this real quick. Guys, when we come on the show, it's about the trending issue. If you don't want to speak to it, that's fine. I'm going to go directly to you, mommy. What are you hearing? They were sent to court. Now they are salvaged. Eric and Tom. I'm hearing that one of them or both of them confessing. There is no confirmation to that. We stay digging. But now you have suspect. Now you have folks in custody that have been charged with this burning of the Capitol building. What say you, mommy?
And this is not to Grace. I mean, with all respect to her innocence, it's not to Grace. It's to Uncle Sam. People who commit crime, major crimes like arson and murder and the rest of the other one, they are not established or determined by not being eloquent or how they dress or where they went to school. There are people who went to Harvard, who went to the best universities in the world. They got money, they are rich, and they commit crime. They commit crime for different reasons. So to just look at somebody's eloquence, to just look at them fine, dress, and conclude that because you eloquent, you fine, you decent, so it means you cannot commit a crime?
I told you, I know her very well, mommy. I know the woman very well. I know her very well.
So Uncle Sam will come to you. Let mommy finish. We press with time. Just I beg you guys, everybody will talk. Mommy, finish up. Make your point.
So just to finish up, I just wanted to put that, but I mean, my position. I respect Grace's position that she's innocent. I respect the police position that she's a person of interest. The court will decide. What we are hearing, like Stanton will say, we are hearing that I'm not hearing that people are confessing. I'm hearing that, and that's the reason why you see Gray emphasizing that they took the phone from him, and because they took it from him under that condition, is not admissible in court. Any evidence you gather from there is not admissible in court. The information we're gathering is when they took the phone from him, they gather pieces of evidence from him. The phone had recorder on, and almost every conversation the young man had with different people were recorded. There were text messages in the phone. There were instructions. Those are the information we're hearing that have not been verified. So if you hear Gray on the show arguing that, oh, the collector his phone, you will not honor her pursuit, and even if you took evidence from there and carried to court, it will not be admissible. That is the fear, because there are indications that the phone they took from them, they saw pieces of strong evidence in that phone. Gray and other people argument now is therefore the gathering of the evidence. I will tell the law because they took it from them in the absence of their lawyer. That's their argument.
Thank you very much, Mama. Dr. Bopla, let's come to you. Thank you, Mama. Dr. Bopla. Thank you, Mama. Dr. Bopla, let's come to you real quick. Now we have Eric and Tom in custody. Now the system is in gear. They have put the system in drive. They have charges. I mean, we can pull the charges up right now. There you have it, right there. Republic of Liberia by and through the Minister of Justice of the City of Monrovia, Liberia versus Thomas Isaac Etheridge, Eric Suse, and others to be identified. What say you, Dr. Bopla?
Well, what I would say is that we have a serious investigation ongoing. We need to give the investigation and investigators a chance to work. When they do their work, we can all draw reasonable conclusions. I don't want to be a non-lawyer talking about issues where the facts and the evidence are not exposed to me. I think the government have dual responsibility. First, to investigate what they believe is a crime that occurred at the Capitol. Second, to protect the rights, civil, human, etc., of all those involved. And you can do both in a good investigation. I think what we could do on this platform, CEO, is to continue to be a sounding voice calling for justice and fair play, and that people's rights are respected throughout the process. And at the end of the day, we all will be in a better place because we accomplish both things. You respect people's rights, then you investigate so we know what really happened. So at this point, I'm not going to draw conclusions when I don't have enough evidence.
Dr. Bublet, thank you very much. We're happy to have you. I'm going to bring in Mo Ali again. Do you want to add to this, Mo?
So, Stanton, I will use my time to speak from a different perspective because I always hear lawyers say when the case is in court, it's sub judice. So I'm not going to go into discussing it, but there were things that Isaac Doe and Uncle Sen said that were very funny. Uncle Sen said that the only people who can commit crime are ugly and uneducated people. That we are beautiful and eloquent and educated, you can commit crime. That's okay. I don't know Grace. I've seen her several times because office. I'm not going to say anything about her. I know she's a decent person. If the police think she committed a crime, I'm sure they will invite her. But for anyone to say that the police has to contact you first before declaring you person of interest is absolutely wrong. Because I know when the police thought I committed crime by putting firebomb to NEC headquarters and to Social Justice Nangwe House, even though Mose Carter is my friend, we graduated from the same school, even though not the same year, but we've been very close friends. Mose Carter was spokesman for the police. Mose Carter only announced in a press conference that Mo Ali is a person of interest. He did not take the number to call me. And even though the police IG at the time, I've been knowing each other for a very long time, his older brother and us, we live in the same flat on UN Drive. He never took the phone to call me, and many people in the police knew me. Not that they took the phone to call me and say, "Oh, Mo Ali can here, we person of interest." It was only through press conference. So that I think you can talk about old police post somebody. I don't know. I haven't seen the website. I have not listened to the news. And this is nothing to indict anybody, but it's just completely wrong what I said. Do say maybe these people, their memories are very short and they don't remember things. But I want to tell you that when they declared me person of interest, it was through a press conference by the then police spokesman Moses Carter. There was no phone call to me. The next thing, I was arrested and locked in jail. And the next
Thank you very much, Mo. Thank you very much. Sis Glenda, talk to me on this one.
So, I mean, I think I hear what Mo is saying. I think I agree somewhat to it. But I think the public outcry can also be important, like Dr. Popper said, to continue to act for justice and fair play. I wanted to ask Mame a question because Mame sometimes speaks like he's a representative of the government. I don't understand sometimes the way he speaks. Like he speaks, I know there may be information that he has that we don't have, but sometimes the way he speaks is like he knows a clear-cut case.
Mama, come back now. They answer your question. Because the police were giving Mama information to kind of talk on the show.
The case has been adjudicated. He knows who's wrong. He knows who's right. And then you're listening to Mama. You're listening to Mo, who is balanced and saying, "No, I don't have any opinion right now. Let the case go up." But Mama comes out. What we are
hearing.
You
saying what Mo wants to say? He said it to Mama to say because he ain't got.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Mo is balanced in his approach. Mommy always comes out like he works, he's the government spokesperson and he knows everything and knows how it's supposed. So that's why I'm concerned, because when he's saying the police, he said, I hear what she's saying, but I also hear what the police is saying. And we are here saying that this page may be fake. So maybe he has seen that the police does have her as a person of interest. So that's why I'm confused about how is he so forceful with what he knows? Like the case has already been declared who is the guilty person. That's my confusion.
Thank you very much. We're going to go. I beg you, Mama, hold on. We'll give you time. Let me bring in the rest of the guys. Uncle Samuel Jackson, talk to us, sir.
Look, anybody who burned the Capitol, I'm hearing echo. Okay. Anybody who burns the Capitol should be prosecuted, should be brought a book. What I don't want to happen is for the police to be going on what appears like a witch hunt that is directionless, that is unfocused, and is all over the place. All of you people have been saying there was terrorism involved in this thing. Did the police charge sheet say terrorism? You was trying to justify the illegal holding of these people with all their lawyers, elevating this awesome case to a case of what? Terrorism. And some of you were even talking about Guantanamo Bay, that these people were enemy combatants. You can't do this to your country, guys. You would have got 4 years in power. 4 years in power, you will be out of power. And people will hunt you down too. You're young. You're not even 50 years old. You're not 50 years old. When John Berger leaves power in 2030, most of you will not be 50. You will not even be 22 years to my age. You have a country to live in to coexist. Don't be like other people who, when the political leaders, the administration is over, they have to leave and run away from the country because they made so many enemies. Don't be like that. You have to live with these people. Stop it. We are your brothers. We are your fathers. We are your uncles. We live together with you in the same setting called Liberia. Don't make it seem that because you have all this power, you can misuse this power because you have the police, the army. Police and army are not loyal to any individual. They're loyal to people who fill their pockets. Stop it, guys. Stop it.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Get some cold bottle of water. It's going to be a very hot program today. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Governor talk to us, please.
Look, I don't think anyone on this platform who support, and that is if anyone bring the capital with it. I don't think anyone on this platform who support that. I think everyone on this platform who love to see that person or groups of person prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But like Dr. Robert, we want to give the investigators an opportunity to do their job. We want to have confidence in the government to do that job. But when the government grossly and flagrantly disregards the laws and break the laws and arrest people and detain them unlawfully and deny them access to lawyers, and the investigation tend to be biased when there are certain people who up to now have not been caught. Like Akaris pointed out, we know that were police people who were, guarding the Capitol building. All the different announcement of persons of interest and suspects, we've not had the police announce whether there were any of those security people who were investigated. Members of the rule of the majority black who had access to the building, not a single person from that block or any members of their staff were ever invited by the police as far as is public knowledge. So when you tell the investigation like that, when you're continually targeting a particular group of people who we know the government have sided against already in this whole political struggle at the Capitol, you are creating that situation for us to have the lack of trust. You are the one who breaking the laws. You are the one who taking people into NSA custody and not giving them access to lawyers. That is the problem. You have a president who prejudiced the investigation from the very onset when he announced that this was awesome, even before there was an investigation. I don't care what kind of intelligence he can tell us he had. At that time when the president arrived, there was no investigation for the president to have said that this was an out of action or hooliganism. So all those things combined, they are the ones who are creating this situation that we are faced with. And we really want to give them an opportunity, but we can't do that when people continue to break the law. And yes, mommy, the laws are in place for a reason. The laws are in place to protect against these kinds of abuse and these kinds of police misconduct. That's why the laws are there. That's why someone, the Akaris, would say whatever evidence you find on the forms, you can't use them because that's what the law says. I don't care what evidence were on that form. The reason why the law requires to have a judge or a magistrate present a search warrant is to have a chain of custody, is to make sure that you are following the processes. Look, in this day and age, do you know there are apps to create fake text messages? Do you know that people can create a whole chain of fake messages using apps? Do you know that police can plant evidence? All these things are possible, and this is why the law is in place to prevent these kinds of overreach. So you can't have people abusing the laws and say, well, we need to give an opportunity to do their job. Well,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring on Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. Honorable Gray, talk to us, please.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to say, look, Mami, we're talking about the Constitution here. I'm not talking about what you hear, what the police say. I don't get time for what the police say because the police lying. The lawyer says something very important under Article 21B. You can't just jump into people's home, just take their property. That's why they got a warrant, search and seizure. That one written in the Constitution is not a Carlos Gray that went and put it there. That the framework of the Constitution, they knew why they put it there for. Like he said, book and plain evidence. You took someone phone from the poison all of those days for 12 days, some 10 days, some 8 days. You want me to trust my Ambla who lied and CDC people shot from the headquarters of the CDC that while the police fire back at CDC headquarters on November 7th? That the man you want me to trust? The people who are planting evidence on the grounds of the CDC appear contrary. That the man you say you want me to trust, that hearing from, that violated Article 21B of the Constitution. Honor C, I want you to listen. It says, every person suspected or accused of committing a crime. Let me just go there. It says, listen. It says, such person shall be entitled to counsel at every stage of the investigation. Every stage of the investigation. And shall have the right not to be interrogated except in the presence of counsel. Any admission by that person or other statement made by the accused in the absence of such counsel shall be deemed inadmissible as evidence in a court of law. That the defects of the government. You can take any evidence for them. You can anything. Look, nobody going to lie on and say, I think we're hearing the police talking that Tabata, they don't get one evidence, a fishing expedition they on. They jump out, they say, Grace Kanye, you see they put the orders. The reason why they put orders, they're just looking for people all around. No evidence. Nothing. Okay? So we then come to sit on the show here to say what we think police saying. Do I trust Gregory Como who are working with SOD on a chastised up? You can call about Gregory Como with SOD. I can send you a picture in your SOD uniform on a chastised up. Okay? Gregory Como became 102 in the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. We're going to bring you in, Gibson, and we go to Ashidel. Gibson?
Thank you very much. First of all, on account of the source of the phone, I want to know if this guy permitted them to search his phone. Your Honor, criminal procedure, if you allow the people to search your phone, it's permissible. If you refuse and they take it from you by force, it is not permissible. So we don't know under what circumstances the phone was allowed to be searched.
Let me just correct you. They took the phone from the people.
I'm talking about the legal process. I have the criminal procedure right before me here. I'm not arguing with you.
I'm not correcting. I'm just trying to tell you that you didn't follow it. They took the phone, they released the people, and they called them back. There were 2 or 3 of them. Yes.
I'm trying to make it clear. I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. I'm just trying to provide information to the public. If the eyes to search your phone, if the security eyes to search your phone, and you willingly give it, it's permissible under criminal procedure. If they force you to take your phone from you, and you can admit to that in court and say, they forced me and took my phone from me, evidence adduced from the phone are not admissible under the law. That's what I'm saying. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you what it's supposed to be. So now, having said that, I sent you the charge of destructive. I sent you one of the charges, the level on the journal. They call it
releasing destructive forces. And under that, the guy causing catastrophe where a person will cause that catastrophe by explosion, fire, flood, collapse of building, release of poison gas. Now, I don't know how the police are going to really prove the charge. Do you have a forensic evidence to show that this man was responsible to release any substance that caused a collapse of building, a burning of a building? Because it requires a scientific forensic evidence. It's not just by looking at the smoke and say this smoke here, that gasoline smoke. It's not sufficient for that. It has to be produced in evidence. I'm worried that they can produce an evidence for this charge. The rest of the charges that I see all over there, the rest of the charges are just charges that the police always charge people. Police always charge for criminal mischief, reckless endangerment of another person, facilitation, criminal conspiracy, and criminal solicitation. Watch anybody the police arrest in the next 6 months to 7 months. These charges will be there. They have accustomed themselves to these charges because they are the easiest charges to levy on people. And the whole thing is the charge that they are charging these people. I don't know how they're going to get the evidence. I hope they do, because the voice message is not enough for evidence. Somebody can manufacture your voice. Somebody can record your voice. They can even though when they take it from your phone, it becomes another level.
Thank you.
But you have to have forensic evidence to prove that the individual, even though he said, "I will burn the place."
Thank you, Gibson.
Did he really burn the place? That's another thing to check.
Bigger Gibson, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're going to end with Ashley Doe, but we got to bring in Yaya name and clip. We got to talk about the office of the First Lady, the suspension that was done today. We got to talk about other issues in our country. And as we all get ready for the Sonan, what you expect from President Joseph Yima Parker should be one of the biggest conversations tonight. Ashley Doe, please. There is no phone that anybody get recording or any message. No phone that exists. Anybody who says that they just want to talk. When the boy was speaking to the people, allegedly who were giving him orders, he was recording the people's voice too. No phone anywhere existing anything. So let's look at it from this thing. The police said the people bought gas and they carried the gas in the building to burn the building. You know, sometimes these things weakens us to really accurate about. It weakens us. He bought gas. He had the gas. He jumped over, either he jumped over the fence or something. Then he bust the door. Then he entered with the gas and burned the building. And people, I mean, we are adults now. What is all this? You know, let me just end there, Stanton. And it's just, we can just think about he bought gas, he carried gas, then he burned the building.
All the police were sleeping.
You know this guy. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, and that's a good point Akaro's raised, though. That's a good point Akaro's raised. Have the police people who
thank you very much. We gotta go on. Dr. Richardson, I believe you spoke on this, right?
No.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Finish up. Let's move.
Just give me one minute.
Thank you, my man. We don't share minutes on this show. You can take a blended minute like you always do, but go ahead.
I had a question, and the more I spoke, and he said that when he was a person of interest, nobody reached out to him. And I don't know if that's the regular protocol that the police is supposed to follow, but based on what he's saying, he said that when you are a person of interest, the police does not have to reach out to you. I believe that from what I read on Facebook, that is reportedly the police page, and also what Grace said, she's no longer a person of interest. She's been charged, and it said that she is at large. So I don't know if those two things are different. Okay, I think if you are being charged, at least your charge notification should be read to you. Secondly, I'm in agreement with everyone who is on this panel that believe that whosoever burned the Capitol building should face the weight of the law. But on the other hand, I'm hoping and praying that they are taking the time to investigate. They are not. They are trying to find evidence that will be compelling, convincing, and beyond reasonable doubt. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. This case is going to be hard to prove.
Okay, so let me see. Let just end this real quick, guys. 30 seconds across the black, and I like that. A Bopla, he doesn't play around with this thing. If he's not interested, he say I'll wait. So let me start with you though. Do you think this thing they are after someone else instead of Eric, Tom, and Grace? Do you think it's a bigger fish in this pool that they're trying to catch?
Stand up, I'm going to resist the temptation to be presumptuous. This is a responsible investigation. Let the investigation take its course. I do not believe that they're, if they're bigger fish, let the investigate. The justice minister said they will go after where the evidence is, whether it's small people or lawmakers or anybody in between. So let's give the investigation an opportunity to run its course, and then there'll be plenty to talk about. I don't want to be an expert on something where I have no evidence and not enough information.
That's a good plan. I'm sorry, you cannot work with Fox News or CNN because that's where we coming from. We gave our opinion, but it's fine. That
Yeah,
you,
no, but in this matter, though, no, I hear you. No. I hear you. But in
we
this matter,
gave our opinion because a lot of people want to hear from us, but I
yeah.
respect you if you choose
So we just say something. You gotta want to hear from us.
No, no,
Yes,
no, 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 no. No, John, we're saying on Channel 3, and on the evening news, and because this is.
I've said something. I think I said something. I've said something important.
I'm just messing with you.
I've said something important that we shouldn't be frivolous, and we shouldn't squander
So you
the
don't want us to be
opportunity.
frivolous,
But if all
Let's
of us say what you say, there will be no show.
and
If all
evidence
of us say, if all
to the
of us
bond.
just say what you said, if all of us just say what you said, there will be no show. We just close and go home.
No, there will be show. The CEO got plenty on the agenda. You can live. Yeah, plenty here. Talk about. Let's move on to the next one.
Glenny, real quick, you got 15 seconds. Do you think that after that big shark, that very big cooler, anaconda in this ocean, you think they are going, or do you think they're staying with the bablet?
I don't know. I would hope they will consider everybody. I don't know what anaconda is. I don't know what bubbler is. I
So you
would
don't
think
know
that
what
it's a,
shark is,
I
right?
think it's a case. I
You
don't know
think
what
they're
shark
going
is.
after a bigger fish here, or you think they're staying with the boating?
I would hope that they're trying to find who is guilty and not be looking
Okay.
for big fishes in the sea. Find the
Beautiful
person that is
answer.
guilty
Let me bring in Mame
and
because we skip Mo Ali because he will not answer on this one. Mame, you think they're after a bigger fish here?
From the statement of the Justice Minister, I mean, like Gibson regularly said, we are analyzing information on the show. It's not our own information, right? I listened to the Justice Minister. I listened to the police director. The police director said, even if there are police, even if there are lawmakers, we'll arrest them. The law doesn't prohibit us from arresting lawmakers for the act of felony. That's the police director. Consistent with that statement, I listened to the Justice Minister, the Attorney General. He said, even if there are big hands,
Yeah.
will come after you. Then he reflected on his confirmation and said, during my confirmation, Senator Dillon asked me, will you have the mind to arrest a lawmaker? And he said, I responded to Dillon and told him, don't test my resolve. This is the case, according to him. He said, this is the case on which I will prove to you that you cannot test my resolve. If any lawmaker involved will go after you. That's what he
Mama,
said.
thank you very much. Honorable Gray, what do you think? Who they after, Honorable Gray?
They now open secret. They want fanatic over because they want him to go to the sauna to preserve. Open secret. And
Okay.
let me just say quickly. Grace and others are charged in absentia. That's the official page of the police. They're very clear. They say others on the run and charged in absentia include
Plenty
the
listening.
chief
Oh.
of protocol. Hello?
No, I
But
can't
listening. I listening. I didn't see it. Now that he's saying it, that means it's there.
Yeah, that's the last paragraph. Okay.
Thank you.
Said they are charged. So it's not about personal interest anymore. They are all charged. They said they are on the run, according to the police. There's a police Facebook page.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. Thank you, Honorable Gray. Let me bring Gibson. Gibson, what say you? Are they after Fonati? Are they after all the players in this game? Lawmakers, something? You think this is just it? You have to unmute, my man. It's hard to be.
Yes, they are after Fonati. It's very glaring. They are after Fogo. The only reason why they charge people like Thomas is because they refuse to link Fonati or Fogo to the crime. That's the only reason they charge them. If these people had caved in and agreed to lie on them or link them to the charge, they would have been using them as state witnesses and going to arrest Fonati or Fogo or whoever lawmaker that they think is they have alleged. So this is clear. This is called clear. They want big fish. They want to prove themselves that they are prosecuting big people. They don't care about Thomas. Thomas is just a passerby. They don't care.
Thank you very much. We will come to you again, guys. Let's do this. Those of you that are in the back will be bringing you in shortly. Let me bring in Asido, Uncle Sam. Then we'll go to the Yaya name the clip. Then I'll have to bring Fadiga. He's in his bag, and the rest of the guys. We want to say, please again, show up. Beautiful Monday. Do it slow, but we will be all happy that you share this show, and let's make progress. Asido, who do you think they have?
Yeah, we don't need to go to Harvard University to know that it is Fanatic Kofa, they are after Fanatic Kofa. But quickly, Dr. Brooklyn, this is not a responsible investigation. Or like you said, I know sometimes you want to do the education thing, but it's not a responsible one. Responsible investigation, we can know that. Or Dr. Brooklyn, this is a fire incident. The director of fire service isn't telling us anything. It is the director of police telling us everything about the fire. In addition to that, they are not even telling us what is aiding the investigation. The last time we listened to the police director, he said from observation. Are they still observing to trash people? This is not a serious investigation, doctor. No, it is not.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, your 15 seconds. Let's get into it, Uncle Sam.
I just want to basically refresh the memories of my Mary and my water and some of that old enough.
15 seconds, sir.
What you have give me for? I have 15 seconds. Then I have to talk for another 15 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my water. You remember all the fraudulent cases that the government have been bringing over the last 50 years? The Franz Hamilton case, the Anderson case, all the other cases there. They see case here that Fiamomu case. A responsible police department investigates, then it calls people in the presence of their lawyer, and then they charge them. But taking people and threatening them with snakes, with venom, and doing all the kind of thing, beating the man when the man he came to court, he fell down like he was dying. This looks like a police state, like a junta. That doesn't look like just a Neiman Parker who came to rescue us kind of investigation. It looked like a criminal investigation by an authoritarian state. It does. Mawata, ask yourself, if Tom were your son, who left the house healthy and came back limping and vomiting and falling down the floor, how would you let him, Mawata, if that were your son? I gotta say, man.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's make progress on this one. It's always good to have every one of you. As the investigation continues, let's just go back in history and see what we'll all remember moving forward with our life on Earth. On that day, the 18th of December, 2024. There you have it. I'm going to move over now to talk about Prince Johnson and the powerful message that came forth. Yaya Nimble, Senator Yaya Nimble of Grand Jada County. Let's get into it. Our last on the conversation, second to the last, would be the suspension, 1 month suspension of the Vavi Home and Lemuel Vav from the office of the First Lady, whether indeed the First Lady is serious. We want to hear from you. Then we'll talk about the SONA, your expectation, what you think President Barker is going to say. I'm going to start with Mo Ali while we play the clip. It comes in 4 different segments because it's too long. We have to break it. Let me play the first segment, guys. Listen and listen well. And then we will ask Mo Ali for his response. Then we'll do the round table. Guys, allow us to just move in and out to bring in Fadika, Clinton, and the rest of the guys in the back. Let me play the first segment.
He always wanted to buy time to pray and to serve his people. So every time a presidential candidate came and he would go and say, I will make you president, but I want you to buy me time. He did that with President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And President Sirleaf, at the time that there were 15,000 UN soldiers in this country, that she had the opportunity to execute war crime, and she said to him, when you make me president, I will buy you time. And he went from village to village to campaign for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to be president because he wanted time. President Johnson became president and she bought him time for 12 years. People went to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and they said, why aren't you bringing war crime code? He said, look at the country. Nobody is talking about war crime. People are worried about the next daily bread. They worry about their children going to school. They worry about hospitals. So Prince Johnson bought time for 12 years. And when Ellen Johnson left power, President Weah came and his program, Pro-Po, and he went and said, if that is Pro-Po, then I think that's the man I can talk to. I need to buy some.
The first segment, Mo Ali, let's hear you. We got 4 other segments to go, but let's hear you on this one. What say you?
The first thing is Thomas Yaya Nime's statement. I'm hearing myself.
Can we mute everybody, please? Go ahead, Mo.
Thomas Yaya Nime's statement is riddled with lies. In 2005, he said President Sirleaf bought Senator Johnson time for 12 years. In 2005, Senator Johnson never supported President Sirleaf, neither in the first round nor the second. In the first round, he campaigned for himself. In the second round, he supported the CDC candidate George Weah. He never supported President Sirleaf. I'm sure history escaped Senator Nimble right there. He also said, President Sirleaf said, nobody is talking about crime. That's a blatant lie. Akaros Gray, my brother, Molba Molu, and others, they form a group for the for the establishment of war and economic crimes code in this country. They even protested all over. My own man, Baka Jaliba, was part of that group. So for Yaya Nimble to say nobody talked about war and economic crime code, that's a blatant. The next thing is for him to say that Senator Johnson went and asked these people, President Sirleaf, President Weah, President Baka, to buy him time. And I saw people clapping over there while Yaya Nimble was saying he was condemning Prince Johnson even before Prince Johnson went to court. What he said in essence was that Prince Johnson went to these people and admitted to them that he, Senator Prince Johnson, was guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and therefore he should work with these people and make them president so that they can buy him time for him not to be incarcerated. That is a blatant lie. Senator Johnson never told him that. For him to have adjudged Senator Johnson guilty, when Senator Johnson said on countless occasions that I fought to defend people because my people were being persecuted by the likes of Tomo Yaya Nimle, who were in the vanguard of going against the Nimba people, of killing Nimba people. That I seen Tomo Yaya Nimle will go stand on Senator Johnson's funeral and lie there from both sides of his mouth. And he expects somebody to believe him. Senator Nimle is trying to save his own skin because he is a prime candidate for the war and economic crimes. So he's worried for himself. He was not speaking for Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson had never asked anybody to buy him time. He never did. He's always defended his action. He never denied his action. He said, I took arms to defend the people of Nimba. My people were being killed. Who are those who were in the vanguard of killing Jew and Mano people? Thomas Yaya Nimle. Other crimes in this country. So his entire statement is riddled with lies all over the place. And
thank you. We're going to play the entire statement. Moadi, thank you very much. We give all us guys. Remember, Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow is coming on the show. Once he's in studio, we'll bring him up. I'd like to come to you, not because you're from Grand Jida, Gibson, Jeru, but you know Tomo Yaya Nimle very well. What Moadi is saying, do you think that's the real story? Talk to me, Gibson.
I'm not going to go into Crown Cape, Gil Cape Crown, because everybody kill each other. But I want to agree with Mo Ali. What Nimle did was reprehensible. It was foolish. It was nonsense. How can you go and say why the people are mourning? You're talking about the man buy time. You already said the man was guilty. People buy time when they are guilty. How was Prince Johnson buying time? As a matter of fact, Nimle was one of those who was supposed to be prosecuted, who was recommended for prosecution. Why would you go in over there and say he was buying time? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf told him you were going to buy him time. George Weah said you're going to buy him time. You already said the man is guilty. That's complete baloney, nonsense, foolishness. Why would you go out and disgrace the whole of Grand Jide? That is not what you can do. Do they even have anything nice to say? Do they even have anything nice to say? You go there and tell the people that Prince Johnson was already guilty, but the only thing he was buying time for him not to go to jail. The war crime code was not for Prince Johnson alone.
So you totally disagree with Senator Nimle?
I disagree with that particular statement. There were other statements he made during the process that I think were fair, but this particular statement is reprehensible, it's foolish, it's nonsense, and he shouldn't have said that.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us wherever you are. I believe you're somewhere in Chicago. Am I correct? No.
I think when American Post see my passport, will throw it away. So I'm not in Chicago. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you, Honorable Snow. You just walk straight into the conversation. Let's hear you, and then we'll go to Honorable Karis Mosegre, Uncle Sam, Sis Glennie, Fadika, and the rest of the team tonight. Again, guys, we'll bring you on. You in the back, we can see you. Honorable Snow, you were at the funeral. Yaya Nimle spoke. It went viral. What say you?
Well, Sandon, normally I give people their own respect based on what they say, what they believe. I think Senator Nimle was asked to represent the people of Nimba, of Grand Jide. My only thing was that he didn't say much about the Nimba Grand Jide relationship. He spoke more about his personal interaction with Senator Johnson. I wouldn't condemn him. I don't know what he said. Like my brother Gibson just said that they didn't speak like that. I don't know what he and Prince Johnson talk, what they didn't talk. Only Prince Johnson can tell what they said, what they didn't say. So I wouldn't say he didn't discuss that with Senator Johnson, but I respect his view. If I was given that platform, I would have spoken more about where they've come from as two counties that greatly share the greater responsibility for our civil crisis, if I may say so. And I think it was on that background that he was given the platform. Unfortunately, he didn't say much about it. He spoke about his personal interaction with Senator Johnson, and I respect his view. I have nothing to criticize or nothing to applaud for that.
Yeah, muted, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Honorable Gray, you're minute into this. Let's give you a 1 minute. Talk to me.
Yeah, basically, I don't really love to talk about the crime gear issue because, interestingly, I have two aunts who are crime, and one is minor, and we lived together during the war. Okay, from Rock Spring Valley all the way to Cape Mount, Sierra Leone, and other countries. I just wanted to correct Mo when you said that Senator Johnson was fighting the people who were killed and Thomas Nunayaya was the one who killed the people. No, when Thomas Nunayaya took over Model, Senator Johnson wasn't in the country. He was in Nigeria by then as an evangelist. Senator Johnson, if not mistaken, left this country in 91-92. You remember when the Cowell 92
October.
Yeah, October when the Cowell bills were being captured by Chancellor forces. So since 1992, he left this country. He didn't come back to this country until after the crisis of 2003. I wanted to make that correction. But I think it would be a dangerous trend on the show for us to begin to get involved into the guilt and manner and crime conversation and blaming each other for killing each other. But Nimble said something very important that we didn't pick up. He spoke of the issue of that authority that he has given back to the people of Grange there. And Senator Johnson has given back to the people of Nema County to reconcile the counties. I think that was a good beginning for me in that statement. But I won't love to do the rest of the statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam?
Stanton, I sent something to your personal WhatsApp. Can you just put it on the screen, please?
Then we'll have to come back to you, Uncle Sam.
Okay,
time to upload
okay.
these things.
I was speaking, you can put it on. On October 28th, when I was at my home in McDonough, Georgia, early in the morning, or sometime, okay, I spoke to PYJ for 21 minutes. So the record is in Stanton's on phone. He complained to me about the shabby treatment he was getting from JMB. He complained to me about it. He complained to me that after all he did to bring him to power, that he was treated shabbily. Someone were talking about that Prince Johnson was not promised anything in 2005. That's a lie. In an effort to recruit Prince Johnson, and it was a failure. The war crime court was put in the negotiation. There are a lot of young people here who were in school or just coming up, like when the war ended and the thing, and all of a sudden they think they know everything, they have all the answers. Then you haven't been part of negotiation. You are not in Accra with Senator Snow and I at the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement. You weren't there. You haven't been close to power at any level of crisis. You don't know these things. Don't come out here and pretend we're that small ascendancy to a job that all of a sudden you have all the answers to this thing. You don't. They don't even consider you in the decision-making process. You don't even know right now the kind of schism within the Unity Party, in the leadership, at all levels. You don't even know the kind of crisis that is undergoing in terms of all of the major projects that Joseph Lima Boka has. You don't even know that. Don't come and pretend to us here like you have the answers. You have not been in the critical leadership position in post-war. You never been close to power.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me progress. Everybody get under 1 minute, Uncle Sam.
You know nothing about power.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Everybody will respect the 1 minute. Let me talk to my sister, Glennie. Talk to me, Glennie.
So I just want, hello everybody. Senator, how are you? I wanted to ask Uncle Senator, who are you talking to? So
whoever the shoe face wear.
Oh, because I don't see anybody complaining. I see because the only person I don't see who you
Man,
who
just
went to
talking.
Ghana.
I didn't talk my own. Leave me alone. I beg you. I hold your
No,
foot.
I don't hold my foot. Don't come here.
No, I will hold your foot. I will hold your. I will hold
to?
your ankle. I hold your foot.
Don't hold nothing. Anyway, let's continue this.
This Glenny, Uncle Sam afraid of me, and I mean the one he talking to, but I will respond to him.
Morally, I can beat you physically any day. I can beat you. I will never be afraid of you.
Uncle Sam, that's my turn now to talk. Say he didn't want to call Bonnie now, and I made you call his name, but that's okay.
No, but I mean, I didn't call his name, but he the one said it. I said I can beat him physically. I'm not afraid of him. I can beat him with my hands.
Nobody fighting, and I have blood pressure down. You better keep drinking water. Anyway, I listen to.
Can you mind your business and forget to talk about my health? Talk about your own health.
I said slow down and drink water. Drink
You don't
water.
You don't want to worry about my health.
I'm not making flour when you today.
I'm not making flour when you.
You go on the car now and I'm making flour.
I will make flour. If you make flour, I will pop my lapa.
Look at you. Drink water, Papa. Lower your blood pressure. I still need you around. Anyway, I like what Senator Snow said. Very political, politically correct. And I also like what Gibson Giroux said. But I wanted to say that I think Senator Yaya missed an opportunity at that program where everyone was listening to him, and the opportunity he missed was as an elder from the Grand Leader side to be able to bridge that gap and bring the people together. It wasn't about him. It was about the divide that continues to exist. Prince Johnson is no more. Prince Johnson and all of those things, I understand the things that he even said is almost like he took himself out of the war and the focus was on Johnson. But Johnson is gone and he's here, so we still won't walk around quote for him. How would he address that aspect of it? Prince Johnson gone, Yaya still here. We want Yaya to face walk around quote. What would be his response? So I think it was a missed opportunity for him at that program, at the funeral, to be able to bring the people together and say, let's focus. So it's almost like, is he the witness for Prince Johnson now? Because they were taking down, putting on the stand and say, what Prince Johnson told you, because he's now saying to us, oh, he was guilty in the midst. He's almost like indicating Prince Johnson into all of these things by the statement he made. I think it was a missed opportunity in my opportunity, because the focus should not have been on him. It should have been on the people of Nima.
Thank you. It was a missed opportunity.
Not about him.
Thank you, Glendy. You sounded Joel. Impressive, my impression, something like that. It was a missed opportunity in my opportunity.
My former president was looking very good at that funeral, so try to leave Joel alone.
No, Joel, my man.
No, our brother, our fair president.
Yeah, you man. So let's make progress here. Let me go to Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, what say you? Then again, talk to me, Dr. Bopler. 1 minute, sir.
Stanton, I think I agree with Glendy about missed opportunity. And one of the things that seem to plague us as a people is the learning curve. All of the history that we gather, what are we really learning? This is an opportunity for healing. This is an opportunity for mending and unity. And you get up there and you talk about buying time. Even if all of what you said was absolutely correct, there is a time for everything. Wrong time, wrong place. It didn't help anything. So I would have said some different things had I had the opportunity to speak there. I don't know that the senator's comment helped anything.
Thank you, Dr. Bopler. You got your 1 minute, Minister, to talk to us, sir.
Well, Senator Yaya, from the beginning of his
we'll come to you,
Senator Nimne, from the beginning of his statement, spoke of unity between Nimba and Grenjide. That is not important for me. Senator Nimle was only re-echoing what Senator Johnson said on tape. We don't need to go in the societal bush to bring his voice. The last moments of Senator Johnson on earth were recorded on tapes. Those tapes are available and out there. Senator Nimle wasn't saying that George Weah or Ellen Johnson were gods who gave life. They were saying, he was actually saying, I would say, they did not exert the level of pressure that could have had some level of impact towards Senator Johnson, for which he was healthy during those years, until now, when he said on tape, Senator Johnson's very own mouth and voice, that when he heard about war crimes court, he even went to his own son's office. He said, we campaigned for the in-court, the 79-year-old man, now he wants to persecute us. Senator Yaya was recounting what Senator Johnson said. And it is on tape. We can share the tapes. And we will even do it on our pages. It's there. What did he say different from everything Senator Johnson said before he finally died?
Thank you very much, the honorable man, Ambassador Fadiga.
Well, Stanton, I don't know. I still struggle to understand what he meant by bad time. He made it seem like Ellen, Madam Salif, and all those people that he supported, they had some power. Life and death lie in their hands. But I think the senator is buying himself time. I think, if anything, he's buying himself time, because Senator Johnson is no more, but he has a history of supporting a group like Model. They are still around. No matter how long it takes, they will now have to face war crime. I don't know which time he will buy or who he want to go to. Some people can buy time. I don't know which other government he want to negotiate with to buy time. But there is nothing like buying time. Senator Nimle clearly wasn't a friend of the late Senator Johnson. We saw a video on the Senate floor where he accused Nimadians of killing his kingsmen. And it was so shocking to the senator that he asked now Senator, how do you call the man?
Zopeno.
Zoe Penno. He asked Senator Penno, he says, so you ever heard about Nimadian killing people and they want to marry our children to marry their sister? He said no. It was shocking to everybody. But for as close to 2024 to hear this kind of divisive rhetoric from Senator Nimle, only to go to the deceased funeral and bring about that, I thought it was a missed opportunity. And I'm glad that one of his kinsmen was covered to come here and debunk him and reject that kind of statement. Who goes? I mean, I was shocked. I was sitting right there, but I just couldn't really understand some this funeral. They tried to do everything to score points. Look, if Nimadians would take advice for anybody, it won't be from Senator Nimle or anybody from that place. They're not going to bring up it, but we can see that this is clearly an attempt to modern Nima, and it's not going to work. It's a failed strategy. I think he should focus on his own crimes.
Thank you, Fadika. I think there's a lot more to discuss on this issue. I know we're going to get to you, Clinton. Let me play the second portion of the days, and guys realize that Honorable Shinoye as our guest. We will pose question to him after this Senator Nimle conversation. Allow me to play the next part of this conversation. Probably we have heard it, and I think it's the same. It's nothing different. So let's just take the ride. If anything you think you want to hear from the audio, we have it in the bag. I can play it. But I'm also concerned as we move to Senator Mervyn Snow. The overall Senator Snow take away from the funeral is what?
So Stanton, the funeral was colorful.
After Snow, I'll come to you and Clinton. You're right, Mommy. But go ahead, Honorable Snow.
I'm sure Mommy want to come in before me, so I will give him time.
Yeah, Mommy and Clinton escaped them. Go ahead, Mommy.
Yeah.
Talk to them.
Mommy talk, just me in talk, yeah, so it's okay, Senator.
Come again, come on there.
Go ahead, Mommy. You go ahead. Use your 1 minute.
PYJ is known for being vocal. He speaks out. Even when the US government says something, he responds. It is strange that he will face a problem but will call St. Jackson to complain. I mean, that's not a characteristic. People don't know him to be like that. But Senator Yaya's statement.
So Mommy, I'm lying.
Uncle Sam, please give me a chance to
I'm
complete.
asking you, so you think I'm lying?
Please give me a chance.
Uncle Sam, let him
I'm
talk.
asking you, you think I'm lying? Yes or no?
Uncle Sam, please give me a chance.
I'm not lying.
Please give me a chance. In my papa.
I'm not lying.
Uncle Sam, please.
Uncle Sam, in my papa.
Uncle Sam, let everybody call your name. You don't have to respond. You'll have your time, sir.
I mean, I'm asking him whether you think I'm lying.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what he think. He think you're lying, but let's move on. Go ahead, Mommy.
Senator
don't answer for him. You answer for yourself.
For him very quickly.
Uncle Sam.
Come on there, mute. Come on there, mute. Come on there, mute.
Isaac, need to mute.
Uncle Sam, please.
Hold on, come on there.
Go ahead, Mommy.
I'm on mute.
You on mute, I will hear you. But Senator Johnson is a powerful man to the point where even in his grave, politicians are fighting over how to use his death to gain political capital. That's what you saw happening. Senator Yaya Nimle associates with the CDC. And I think the CDC should distance themselves from the statement he made. Senator Yaya associates with the CDC.
No, you idiot on the show. Sorry, my bad.
Senator Yaya associates with the CDC if he's not a CDC senator. In 2023, he endorsed CDC and said Jeremiah Kuhn was a killer. That was his statement in 2023. Come fast forward in the Senate, in the presence of Senator Johnson that he declared as his best friend. He said the people of Nema are poisoning our people when they go there, they kill them. Senator Johnson was outraged. He said, why will you do that? The exact word he used, he said, this is an embarrassment. You have disgraced the people of Nema to have said that. He did not stop there. While this man is dead, there is, and we're going back into history, but there is this fight between Nimbayans and Grangidians on who is wrong and who is right. At some point in time, they will say you are wrong for killing our people. The other people will say you are wrong for killing our people. Nobody have resolved that. While your friend is dead, in his county, in the midst of his people, you stand there and tell him he is wrong. And you are buying time. That was the greatest insult that Yaya, a CDC senator, would have done to the people of Nema County. In their presence, when Prince Johnson was leaving, he wouldn't have said that to Prince Johnson in his face. The first time he attempted to do it, Prince Johnson responded immediately. But because Prince Johnson is dead and lying and can't speak, he stood over his body in his county and said you were buying time for the crime you committed. You were buying time for the crime you committed. When he could not say in the face of Prince Johnson when Prince Johnson was leaving. How you
Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. Mommy, thank you very much. We want to appreciate you, Mommy. Guys, again, let's do this 1 minute thing. I'm going to bring in Clinton real quick. Then we'll go to Honorable Snow because we want to know the overall. I mean, people are running from Nema with victory, Honorable Snow. CDC say they score political points. Unity Party said no. We score political points in their mind. CDC said, well, President Bwaga didn't mention George Weah name. George Weah left prior to the program being over. And, different messages. The people say, oh, George Weah and President Bwaga go, all this different chanting. Let me hear you. Let me hear you, Honorable Snow. You were present. What say you?
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you. I think it's a big responsibility you gave me tonight, but I will try. The funeral itself was colorful. The night before the funeral, I posted. I'd like to joke, so I posted a joking comment, but it was almost a reality. As you know, former President Weah slept in Banga that night, the night before the funeral. Musa Belete, his rule of law, people were insulted here at his place. The Superintendent of NIMA hosted government officials at her residence in Sanikwele, and the majority Black and others were in Ganta. Then came Saturday morning when we all met in Ganta for the funeral. It was a colorful funeral, and I think it was a good opportunity for the country. It was one time when everyone met for a single purpose. Two things happened, or many things, but let me start with the first two. The funeral was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, according to the organizers. The president was 2 hours late for the funeral. I think that was a downside to the funeral to start with.
I beg if you said the president was confused. You mean former president?
President Boykai arrived at the venue at 12 o'clock. So instead of the funeral starting at 10, the funeral started at 12 midday. People got concerned because I slept at Senator Yan Twine's house in Ganta, and was getting ready. A group of senators were there: Senator Finlay, Senator Abache, Senator Bebo Brown, Senator Jevon Smith. We were all there at Yan Twine's house when we got the message that the president has arrived and he was on the farm of Vice President Kuhn, and that was around 9 o'clock. So we hurriedly ran there because we had to get there before the president. So we're all seated, about 9:30 or so, we're all seated. But then the president did not arrive at the funeral till 12 midday. Then when the president finally got there, he spent another maybe 5 to 7 minutes in his vehicle. Well, I'm sure that's protocol, the security arrangement, whatever it was. The president got there. I think it would have been a good opportunity. The first row, and for me, is protocol and courtesy. I thought he would have just greeted, dignitaries on the first row, but he passed, and then he greeted some lawmakers, and then he sat. I thought that would have been a good opportunity. Maybe normally what protocol and securities would do when a VIP is going to an occasion, you will brief the VIP on some of the dignitaries that are present. So before you get there, you have an idea of who are some of the people there. So that meet and greet session, I think it was a lost opportunity. I thought the president would have greeted. Former Chief Justice was there, the former president was there, and they were right on the first row. Anyway, fast forward, the program started, and it was going on well. I think the sermon or the funeral discourse was good. The message resonated very well. The message resonated very well. The choir did well. The interactions with lawmakers and politicians was going well. Then came the famous Nimlan tribute. The matter of fact, when I got there, I saw former Justice Janet was all the way in the back. So I then called the state protocol and said, look, there's a former justice. He's from Nima. How can you put him all the way there? Why not bring him close to the Senate? So we all laugh about it. But when they brought Justice Janet in front, then he said, say you advocating for me to change my seat, I will sit right behind you. And right behind me, he happened to sit next to Thomas Yaya Nimlan. So he and Tom were sitting, he and Senator Nimlan sat together, and Senator Nimlan were rehearsing his tribute. So at one point, I turned around and started laughing and said, well, if that's what you're going to say up there, there will be hell here today, because he was actually rehearsing exactly what he was going to say. So even when he mounted the podium and he was speaking, I kept turning to Justice Jana and say, this was, at one point, Judge Jana said, no, that one wasn't part of the rehearsal. So we laughed about it. But I think, like I said, I thought he would have spoken more of the relationship. And I think that was one of the purposes of which he was listed on the program. Anyway, that happened. Then, of course, during the then president, former president, went to pay his tribute, and I think it was very courteous of former President when he got up, he went before the president and vice president and greeted them in a bow, respectfully greeted them, which I think was also very cordial of him. And then he paid his tribute. Then came the Senate. But then during the Senate tribute, I think President Weah was about to leave. Now I'm told also, and I've not verified that, and so and let the record reflect that I've not verified that. I'm told that during the tribute of President Weah, ELBC started playing music. So ELBC was carrying the program live, but when President Weah got to pay his tribute, they played music. I cannot verify that. That's what I'm told, and so I'm not going to dwell on that. Then, of course, when former President Weah got out of the program, a group of senators went to greet him. Senator Che, myself, Senator Brebo Brown. And he said to us, he said, look, man, today is my son's Bashir Toure's getting married. And I should be at that wedding, but this funeral is very important. But since his funeral is only from 10 to 2, I will leave here exactly 2 o'clock so that even at the reception, I'll be able to propose a toast or something like that. I will try to leave. So already, I can attest that he already has scheduled to leave the funeral by 2 o'clock. But then because the president got there 2 hours late, president instead of 10, president got there 12. And I see my friend Mo Ali smiling. He can attest to the time the president got there. He got there 12 o'clock, funeral started. So I'm sure the 2 hours delay from the president in starting the funeral. And because it was an open funeral, it's not only held in the church or so, it was a state funeral, they had to wait for the president's arrival to start the funeral. So the president had to get there before the start of the funeral and got there at 12 o'clock. So then, even besides President Weah, even the UN ambassador was there. The UN ambassador also left. Even some senators had left also. So people left. And then I think the President Weah paid his tribute. The Senate paid his tribute. It was very emotional for the Liberian Senate, knowing the relationship we have with with Senator Johnson. And then I think then the politics came into it. They respond from Honorable Richard Kuhn responding to Thomas Yaya Nimland. I think it also, that's when the area got politically charged, because at that point people thought there was a need to respond. Now I understand where the vice president came from. He and Senator Johnson has a political and personal relationship. He's a vice president. He was hosting the country in his county. So there was a need for him to have said something. The need for Honorable Richard Kuhn to have said something about that, well, it's his choice. It's his decision. I won't speak much to that. But then the other side of the funeral that was alarming was the NDR portion of that too. So when the NDR went to speak, there was a lot of confusion there. The microphone went off or it was low, but you could hear the confusion. And credit to Kelvin Matadi. He tried to manage the situation. I think he wanted just one person to speak. Apparently, he knew what was coming up. He wanted one person to speak, but then there was a little confusion there. So the NDR in their tribute, I think it raised a little more red flag. So the comments coming from the NDR and that of Thomas Yaya Nimle has some correlation. So I think that was some of the things that elevated the whole Thomas Yaya Nimle comment, because NDR took similar line as Thomas Yaya Nimle. Don't forget, NDR is a party of Senator Johnson. So they took that line, they threw a little bit of jab and everything like that. I think the vice president did well when he came in, tried to, smooth it, tried to send up the appropriate responses. I think the vice president response was quite appropriate. But other than that, I think the funeral was a political funeral as expected. It was politically charged as expected. And It was just a funeral that reflected Senator Johnson. But let me just say this before I close on this. I'm not going to say Sam Jackson lie or Mami is telling the truth or something like that. But every senator, or I'm sure every politician may tell you that there was something about the late Senator Johnson. And that thing was that Senator Johnson would call people every night and explain whatever was bothering him. So when Senator Jackson said he got a call from Senator Johnson for 21 minutes, I would believe it because, like me, Senator Johnson called me almost every night. And I thought it was unique to me. I thought we had a unique relationship. But when he died and we met in our Senate lunchroom, every senator has similar testimony that Senator Johnson will place a call almost every night to individual senators and express his dissatisfaction or
Do
his
you think, let's
satisfaction
get into
about
it,
things.
Honorable Snow. Do you think that the narrative from CDC is fitting enough to say that Senator Johnson expressed his disappointment in Joseph Yimabwaka when you talk about the war crime code to that of Jeremiah Cohen?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the CDC, but if I was a member of the CDC, I would have that narrative. CDC is a political party. It was a political funeral, and those comments that were made were politically charged. You don't expect the CDC to fall arm and say, all hail Prince Johnson, all hail United Party, all hail. So in politics, you will take away what you can take from it. And if I was a member of the CDC, I would beat the seat trumpet because it
But
gives
you
them
know,
political
Senator
capital.
Johnson, you're an independent. You ride and die with this group, senators. They ride and die with the political affiliation out there. Do you believe that Senator Johnson, in his own wisdom, while alive, believed that Joseph Yimabwaka sold him on the World and Economic Crime Code?
Well, I wouldn't use the word sold or sell. I wouldn't use that word. But I know for a fact that he was disappointed that the ruling establishment had consented to the establishment of War and Economic Crime Code. That I can attest to. But selling him, suing him, I wouldn't use that word. So that
Do
would
you
be your
think,
choice
do
of
you
word.
think, do you think it led to his death?
Oh no! I won't speak of what led to his death. I mean, that I won't be able to do that. But I know he was troubled and he was concerned that there were discussions or the formulation of the War and Economics Crime Code. He wasn't happy about that. What led to his death? Only the medical doctor or autopsy will be able to say that.
Honorable Snow is our guest for tonight. We want to say thanks to Honorable Snow. I'm going to go right there now to Honorable Moses Ascara Gray, Dr. Francine, Uncle Sam. If you have a question, you heard the rest of the story. So,
All the only we're not tell you where you're going
I
to.
beg
Yeah.
you, Moses Ascara Gray will tell me, then we'll go to you, Clinton. You and Dr. Richardson need to speak. Go ahead, Honorable Gray.
Okay. Basically, I've listened and listened properly, and I just have a statement, and maybe on the snow can pick on it. The first thing first, let me make this very clear. The CDC is not running with any narrative that is not factual. Let me be very clear. The point I wanted to debunk quickly is that when Mommy said, yeah, I was a member of the CDC, unfortunately, you were a member of Liberian Restoration Party. The first stand-up bureau of Liberian Restoration Party in 2017 was Madeda Cooper. Then by 2023, Allen Brown Jr. became the stand-up bearer. So it's not about CDC. Mandela, who supported you, that is the whole party there, she became the first stand-up bearer. So the Unity Party should be disassociating herself from that party. Okay. The next point here is that, like I said, we're not running with any narrative yet. I mean, CDC running with CDC is saying what exactly is this. And let me give you a historical background quick. When President Boykai made a statement about the war crimes code during the inaugural program and went off, Senator Johnson publicly mocked him. That as soon as he got to that point, he went down. So you can see clearly that that narrative is from Senator Johnson allies. Before Senator Johnson died, there's a recording on Senator Johnson. Probably your station has not been able to play, but he has been playing on all the local radio stations across Liberia, where he expresses disappointment, as Senator Smith said. He expresses disappointment and dismay about the manner and form we will be treated. The narrative that we are running around with, the factual narrative, is that the MDR, during her tribute, said that Senator Johnson died because of war crimes called pressure. Oh, yes, the guy narrated that in a very revolutionary style. So the CDC is not running around with a narrative that the MDR didn't say, that Senator Johnson didn't say, okay, or that Joseph Boyka didn't say. We only pick on those things that are said. Like Senator Snow said, we are a political institution. We have a responsibility. When Senator Johnson said they made commitment to him, and when when he said Jeremiah Kuhn offered him $5,000, for example, and he signed, they said he should go look for a lawyer. It's Senator Johnson's voice. It's not the voice of the CDC. So I want us to
What's
dismiss
that
this
clip? If you
notion
get
that
that
the
clip
CDC.
ready, we'll play that clip. You can play it from your cell phone.
Yeah, I will
We'll
send it to
listen
you.
to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
that
play
is
it from your cell phone, and let's make progress here, Honorable Greg. Get it ready. We'll play it from the cell phone
okay,
once you
but
get
let
it
me
ready.
just conclude. Yeah, we're making progress. So I would love for Senator Snow, like he has made some statements on that, to pick on these concerns that we raised. These are factual concerns and not opinion. We are not being opinionated. Okay, we're speaking facts here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg. Senator Snow, hold you right there. I'm going to say I spoke to Honorable Greg, Dr. Richardson. Give me 1 second. Let me bring in a unity party. Then we can allow Senator Snow to address it. We'll go to Dr. Richardson thereafter, and Governor Clinton. Let's do this to make it interesting. Mo Ali.
So firstly, Stanton, I'd like to clarify that the Unity Party did not go to Senator Johnson to make a political gain out of the grief of the people of Nimba. So those who want to make political grief out of the grieving family, they want to make political gains, that's their business. They can continue
Do you
to
think
do that.
CDC went there to do the same?
Look, CDC is parading with this because they want to make political gains, because they think they want to regain favor with the people of Nimba. But I just want to recount Senator Snow's observation from the funeral. As he stated, number one, his first observation was President Boakai went late. And because President Boakai went late, therefore the UN people, some senators, and President Weah had to leave. That President Boakai did not speak to everyone at the funeral, and that was very terrible. Senator Snow's second observation, his third observation, from Weah went and bowed to everybody and spoke to everybody. Very great. The next thing, Senator Snow, who was not listening to ERBC nor watching LNTV, one great observation he got from the funeral was that when President Weah was speaking, giving a tribute, ERBC started playing music, whereas ERBC was actually transmitting the entire thing. But Senator Snow thought to mention it on national radio as one of the observations from the funeral when he wasn't even listening to a radio. That President Boakai late arrival made even other people angry that they decided to leave. That was a great observation, Senator Snow. That Senator Thomas Yaya Nimles, tribute was welcoming, but Speaker Kuhn's response to it was very terrible. That's great observation, Senator Snow. That the MDR's tribute raised a red, and it was not good for President Boakai and the government. And then he said, the CDC should blow that trumpet, and he can blow it, but he is highlighting the thing the CDC should blow. He's actually blowing that trumpet. But let me close up on this. I've never seen a country where somebody fulfills a campaign promise and it becomes a terrible thing. We all sat down on this spoon talk. We campaigned about the formation, the establishment of a war crimes court. We said that was going to be one of the first things that we would do. And when Senator Johnson declared support for us, we stated that again throughout our campaign, throughout this country, and that we fulfill that promise. And it's the worst thing that we do, that we did, that the Unity Party led, enacted a bill, acted on the bill that Senator Snow and other senators advocated for and signed. Because we campaigned on it, and today is the most terrible thing that led to the death of Senator Johnson. And that Senator Johnson was calling senators every night to say, I'm guilty for war crime, and Joseph Boakai made president. Now he come and put me in jail. He was just telling all the senators around. That's a great observation. But let me say this. Senator Johnson stated consistently he was never ever guilty of war crimes. He was never ever guilty of crimes against humanity. He consistently said, I defended my people. I took arms in defense of my people who were being treated, they were being tried, they were being executed and persecuted. That even Senator Snow will sit on the show and say, Senator Johnson called everybody and say he was worried about war crimes. That Senator Johnson called old man Samuel Jackson for 4 hours and say, look, I worry I can't die because Bwaka betrayed me. He brought war crimes code and this and that. That's good. The man is dead now. They will say everything. But one thing I can say is the funeral of Senator Johnson tells all that he was a great man. The funeral of Senator Johnson, the crowd a pool, like I hear from a man, maybe only the late President Totman did that. So people can, anybody on earth, you die in this country, in Liberia, and your funeral, pull such a positive, pull such a crowd, bring people together.
Thank you.
That person did not die worried. That body of Senator Johnson will be lying down over there and smiling that he brought people together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo Ali. Honorable Snow, I'll give you the chance. You heard from Honorable Gray and that of Mo Ali. Then we'll go to Dr. Richardson and Governor Clinton. Let's do this peacefully. You have anything to say?
I don't know. I'm disappointed that Mo Ali will do this to me on the show, on a live show. To just lie like a little high school student. Just misrepresented me. And all the panelists, all of you on the show, they're fighting Allah laughing at him. Mo, you would just lie like this on someone, a responsible government official will come on the show 5 minutes after someone speaks and you misrepresent them like this and you think it's funny?
He went away.
It's sad, Stanton. This Mo should be discredited for what he did just now. You are the host. You just lie like that, Mo Ali, because you are desperate? Did I talk about Tinubu be terrible? Did I use that word terrible? Did I say the UN got upset and walk away? Did I say that at any point? I said that I didn't listen to ELBC. I'm not going to dignify, I won't give it credit, but this is what I'm told. And you making it sound like I said I was listening to it. Why would you lie like this, Mo? You that desperate? You that desperate, Mo, that you would do something like that? I think you owe me an apology. You owe me an apology on this show because you just lied on me. A black lie. You just everything that I didn't say was what you said in your own tune. And it's disappointing, Mo. If this is how you were conducting yourself at the water and seawater, then I'm scared that we will start drinking salt water. You will tell us it's chlorine. So I'm disappointed what Mo Ali just did, and I think I need to register that first. His choice of words were far different from what I said. I did not say those words. I'd never talked about the president getting there late, so it was terrible. I ask you, the funeral was to start at 10 o'clock. The president got there at 12 o'clock. If that's not true, say it. It's not true. I said to you and the panelists that I wasn't listening to your BC, but this is what I was told, and I'm not going to dignify it. So you now saying it as though I was listening to the radio and this was what I said. I did not say that, Mo. I did not glorify. I never gave credit to Thomas Yaya Nimle. To say I credited Thomas Yaya Nimle and now I'm saying that's why NDR did. You lie again. Every point that I made, you changed it around to lie because you were desperate. I'm disappointed, Mo. I got too much respect for you, and I hope that you won't do that to me again. I'm disappointed.
All right, so you want to respond, say anything else? We'll get back to you. Let's get Dr. Francine Chinaway and that of Governor Clinton. Dr. Francine, what say you?
I have to say, Senator Snow, welcome again to Spoon, and thank you for coming. I did hear your experiential narrative, which is the term that I like to say was your experience. It was your narrative. And that's what you heard, noticed, and felt and experienced. So I can't fault you for that. So I wanted to just say that. But I also want to say that I saw on your Facebook page, and you may have been joking, like you said you were joking when you made a few posts, that the executive mansion had, I think, only one picture of President Weah. on a Marshall website. I think you said a relative had sent that inquiry to you. What do you make of that? I'm just curious.
So it was in one picture. So and today I had a very good, lively exchange with Kula Fufana, even put her in touch with this person who sent me that message. We had a very good exchange. But what happened was that the e-mansion website had posted photographs highlighting, people attending the funeral. And there was no photograph of the former president. And as normal, I mean, I posted that, and I publicly want to thank the e-mansion page that since that post came out, there have been 2 additional posting with additional photographs. And now I see the former president photo is there, other pictures there. No big deal, but I think it was just a good thing to have just done it. But maybe they said they did it into segments, and in the first segment was for only the current officials. In the second segment came the past officials. But I thought they would have done that, and I'm glad that they did it. But it was not a big deal. I think the fact that the former president and other officials, former chief justice, they all were at that program, I think it was something good for the country. And I think projecting that on the mansion website would have spoken well of the country, which they did. They corrected that. I even saw a lot of my pictures on there. I felt good. I saw my picture on it too. So thanks to my nephew that flagged the issue, and I flagged it, and more pictures came up.
Yeah.
So we look at this, setting over here, where you have the President Joe Biden, the former president behind with that, significant order, the largest immediate president on the side. You got the Barack Obama, Donald Trump. This is the funeral of Jimmy Carter. Well placed, well political, But the picture at the bottom over here, where you get Joseph Yuma Barker here and John Manuel way in the corner, and the pool hiding him. Folks behind them is different. What do you think of this? I mean, it was a messed up protocol setting, though. Disrespect to the former president. Disrespect.
It's intentional, my man.
Let me finish with this real quick. I beg you, I want to lend this question real quick to Honorable Snow. Honorable Snow, speak to this. Speak to this. This actually shouldn't be that intentional or not. What do you make of these different photos?
Stella, if there's one reform that I would encourage any government, not just the Brecker-led government, but since Samuel Doe government, since Doe left power, one thing we've missed in Liberia has been state protocol. I mean, I still remember the days of J. Adolphus During. Any of you on this show remember Adolphus During, you know what I'm talking about. We've missed state protocol. Even at the removal of Senator Johnson Bartlett from Stratford, the protocol were forcing among themselves who to move first, who not to move first. We got the Capitol building. We stood in front of the gate at the Capitol building for over 20 minutes because state protocol were deciding who to enter first, who not to enter. So I would encourage the government to, send our protocol people out for training. Send them to Morocco, Egypt, France. We need training protocols. Having said that, I think the protocol needs to do better. Like I said again, but again, look at Carter funeral. You saw Obama and Donald Trump laughing. I mean, who thought that would have happened? Obama and Donald Trump was, all day joking, laughing. We didn't hear what he was saying, but they were laughing with each other. And I hope we can do the same thing in Liberia. We just need to look. Sometimes when you do things, people say, "Oh, everything cannot be political." Sometimes it's not political. It's just our way of melting the salt so that we all can break bread together in this country. This is a small country, and I think that once people see our leaders, the national leadership doing that, it has a trickle down effect, and others will follow. So I hope the protocol will do better next time. The protocol arrangement has not been unique since Dolphus during this, and I think we need to invest in state protocol.
Thank you, Honorable Snow. Dr. Richardson, you want to throw your last comment?
Yeah. You almost addressed this issue, but I don't know if you want to add additional comments to it. I heard you state that Buckeyes protocol didn't sort of do a sort of observation to see who was there at the funeral and sort of giving feedback so that when he came out, he would have at least greeted everyone or at least show some sense of, addressing them. And you further are stating now there's an issue with the protocol, like we don't have good state protocol. Do you think that speaks to the unity or disunity in the country?
That really seems some of the problems we have in Liberia, and I would say this from what I've experienced. Sometimes deliberation is really not just with the leaders. Sometimes every leader sometimes has just some overzealous people in the cycle that just feel the need to do the wrong thing and think they're protecting the leader. Now, at that field, and everybody have to start. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to impose my style or my thinking on President Burkhardt. But at that funeral, if the state protocol had just briefing in his vehicle or the security, oh, Mr. President, the front line, we have ABC president the front line, and the president got at that funeral, especially since it was a little late, and just greeted those people as he came down, it would have added more flavor to the funeral. That's my view. It would have added something to the funeral. Or since the president got there late and he didn't want to hold up to anything, he would have just, shook his head and sat down without greeting anybody. But the fact that he greeted the first 4-5 presidents, the fact that he greeted 4-5 presidents on the front line and came towards the Senate side and then continued to where others were, especially the front line, that read, for me, I think would have done better with that.
We're going to go down to the next group real quick. Honorable Snow, just at a second real quick. I'm begging the rest of the guys got to speak. Do you think there's enmity between George Manaway and Bwaka, and you think that will be resolved?
Well, to whom much is given, much is expected. And I think I still believe that much is, I don't know if there's enmity. I wouldn't use the word enmity. But I think for national cohesion, for national unity, for a forward march of the country, now someone said,
what do you think they will afford Madam Salif if she were to attend?
We overboard near the president for us.
Now, let me stand you talk about Madam Salif. Let me tell you one thing that I observed in Ghana during the inauguration. I'll be very brief. And Madam Salif and I talked about it, and other stakeholders that were there also talked about it. So Madam Salif went to the inauguration with just her aide, Etta Tools. And when she was called up to go and greet President Mahama after the inauguration, everyone thought that because the sitting president of Liberia was there with state protocol, one of them would have accompanied her. But even at that stage, the state protocol will help. It was only she and Elder Tools that went. So I think it's not about the president. And I'll be honest about that. I won't hold President Burkhardt responsible for that. I think the security, the protocol people just have to be a little more flexible, more cordial.
What do you think about Madam Salif on this funeral?
I think a little closer to the president.
Okay, thank you. Clinton, I'll say your two, and we'll go to
I lost my thoughts anyway, but
then we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
I haven't talked yet.
Yeah, go ahead, Uncle Sam. What Clinton recollect?
Yeah, I've been going through, so we've been around.
I just want to say something.
I'm just sitting here.
I beg you, please listen to me.
Uncle Sam has spoken more than 4 or 5 times.
No, this is
we'll come to you, Fajika. After Uncle Sam, we'll come to you, please. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
So, a lot of people in my age group, people in my social circle, they always ask me, why do you go out there and subject yourself to the insults, the denigration, the put downs? You question my education. I told you, say Prince Johnson called me October 28, you called me a liar. I could just simply walk away and say, look, I don't really need this. But you know what? The reason why I come here because I love my people. I love that I belong to people. But I think I'm speaking to you people on the platform. You're not my audience. My audience is the people of Liberia. Prince Wyatt Johnson, who I grew up with between Roundup and American Street, who after the coup that came to me was a corporal, and I helped him to become a lieutenant. Who in 1992, when I came to Liberia and made him an element zone, he took me to his base. That a man that he would say, I would lie on him, that we spoke for 21 minutes, and after I put I screenshot the conversation. So what am I? I just some kind of fear move, man. I don't have any background. I'm just a liar. I'm just a foolish man. I never raised a family. I never went to school. I never did nothing with my life. I'm just here because I want to be here.
You say you have Ben Johnson become a colonel. How so? Were you in the military?
Colonel, lieutenant.
Were you in the military to help him be?
Yes, I was captain in the AFL after the coup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so but listen, just stand on. Let's not even talk about that. I'm talking about something that don't try to denigrate me to make a point. Don't try to make me a liar because I'm a very forceful critic of your government. I'm older than you. Some of my kids, my oldest child, okay, was born 1970. My daughter is 53 years old, vice president of a university in America. I don't need to be here to prove a point. Don't attack me like there's something personal between you and myself, and if you put me down, it elevates you. Don't do that to me. Why will I lie? I sent you the screenshot of the conversation on October 28th. Why will I lie? For what reason? What would I get out of it? I'm an independent man with resources to live for the rest of my life without anybody. I've been out of power for 1 year. I'm still living. Okay? Chancellor left in 2003. I'm still living. I left Liberia 1981. I was gone to 2002. That was 21 years. How you think I live? I don't live under the largesse of any government. I'm an independent man. People have come to my house in South Africa. Go out, Jacob Akoli. He went to my house here in South Africa. He's seen my children. He's seen everything here. Don't put me down. I beg you. Because if you keep doing it, one day I'll just decide to pack my things and don't be bothered with you because I'm not getting the kind of respect that I deserve.
Papi, don't go.
No. I mean, because I don't need it. I really don't need it. That's all I have to say. My wife.
Thank you. Fatiga, go ahead.
Augustine, I understand your pain, but this is one of the places that I missed the good old senator. He would have called the show by now to either debunk you or agree with you. He was that kind of person. But a lot was said. I listened to my big brother and one of my favorite Senator Snow. He made some good observation, but I wanted to ask you about
your favorite senator today again. Mama, save the video. Save the video, please.
I mean, you don't even know what I'm talking. Let me talk. Why are you there to distract people? Senator, I made another observation, and I just want you to make sense out of it. This program at the homegoing program of the late senator, I saw some individual young men with banner wearing CDC party regalia, and they were passing around chanting. They tried to disrupt the program. At some point, they were running around chatting, "Our sorry, we made mistake." And they were in full-fledged campaign mode. And they were partisans of the CDC because they wore the beret, they had a big banner, and they were right in front of you guys that were in the front. At some point, the vice president went out, and I think it was to quiet them down. They went around in circle, and at some point it was because I even took a video of it, and I didn't see anybody, stopping them. Especially, this was not about the CDC. This was about the late senator. People went there to pay their last tribute to him. It was his funeral, but people were campaigning there. What do you make of that? And before you answer that, I just want to make one clarification that the president was not late. The president arrived on time in Ganta, but what happened was it was the organizer of the program and the protocol that told him that they were not ready for him. So he was waiting for them. I think when he came, he spent some time in the car because the program, it was from the organizer. I don't think the president came on time, but it's just that he did not arrive because they were waiting for work from the program.
So he was late, and the letter is on the protocol team.
It was the program organizer that told him.
The program organizer told the president said the program would start at 12.
That they were not ready.
So again, the president was late, and the blame is on the protocol team.
I don't know.
I'm just asking. Did the president arrive 10
I think I was clear enough that the president, the senator said,
I'm asking.
Can I answer that question very quickly?
The president The president arrived at 9 o'clock, so he was already in the vicinity.
Can I answer that question quickly?
Hold on. You're not an ambassador more, please. Go ahead, ambassador.
Hold on. The fact that he didn't show up at the event, it was because of the organizer of the talk. But that was not the main thing here. Senator, I made those.
To be on the record, because people listen to us, the president arrived at 9:30, but the program should have started on 10 a.m. 10 a.m., right? But the president didn't get in the hall at 12. Is that what you're saying?
Organizer delay. There was a lot of things that were not.
I agree. The organizer delayed, but let's go back to your timeline. He arrived there 9:30.
That's not a problem. Let me ask my question. I just thought I
gotta understand. That's the problem for me. I need clarity, guys. Hold on. And I always like to do this. The president arrived 9:30. Thank God he came 30 minutes early. The program.
The senator just said a thing that they said he was already there. The senator just said a thing.
So are you agreeing that the president was late or he wasn't late?
He wasn't late.
How so? Go back to the story.
To say that he deliberately did not come there on time.
We ain't talking about deliberately. No, we're not on deliberately. Was the president late or he wasn't late?
It depends on what you call late.
What
if
you
an organizer having a program, they say 10 o'clock. The program will be running late. Count 11, count 12. Then you count 12, you are not late.
So the president,
if you have your wedding, it's supposed to be that 10 and they say, oh, sorry, we're running late. Come this time, that extra respect.
So the president was told. The president was told to be there on the
organization. Yes,
by the organization. Thank you. So the organization sent us know now. The organizer will take the beating. They told the president to get in the hall 12 p.m. 12 noon, as per Fadiga. But the president was there early. So you want us to believe? You want us to believe that President Bwaga was in the car for 2 hours 30 minutes?
No, hey man, you're not listening, man.
You said he was there at 9:30, but he didn't leave the car at 12 noon. So what's your story here? Let's move on, man. Let's move on. Your story is not adding up.
Go back and listen to the senator. The president has already arrived. He was at the vice president place. There where he was.
I'm not talking about the vice president place. I am talking about in the hall. The program was scheduled to begin 10 a.m. You said President Bwaga was in the yard 9:30 a.m. Bravo. My question to you.
He was not in the yard. He was in Nimba. He was in Ganda at 9.
So he was in Nimba. You sent it to Nimba. Okay, let's move on now. At least we got your end of the story.
Senator, that was my observation. I don't know. I want you to, what do you make out of it?
Well, Fadiga, like I said, it was a political funeral. Let's establish that it was a political funeral. I'm told, because I was already seated, that when former President Weah got there, the seditions in Ganta had mobilized to receive the standard bearer. Yes, they were at that spot with T-shirt on, and I think there was a time when their behavior wasn't appropriate. I must say that. But knowing him as a peaceful person, he instructed Eugene Nangwe, his chief of staff, who went there and told them to calm down, to stop them. So there was a time, I know he got through speaking, for example, they were calling him Donald Trump of Liberia. There was Champ, our Pasaro made mistake. And immediately, Eugene Nangwe went there and told them to put a stop to it. And I think they stopped at that point. So you're right, their behavior wasn't right. And Eugene Nangwe went and put a stop to it.
Thank you, guys. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. Jason coming, I said, I beg you guys. Let's make this. We still have time in our favor. Gibson and I said, we gotta bring some guys from the back to be part of the show. Then we'll go to Sis Glendy. Then it can be open conversation. Please, Gibson.
I think Senator Snow's explanation opened a window for us to peep what really went on there. And he been so diplomatically political. And so he didn't want to hurt anybody. But if you gave Senator Snow chance, if he was a journalist and he was explaining it, he was going to explain it differently. But I saw from his explanation, I saw a peep. I just peeped through and know what was the problem in that place. I think the president went there with a mindset. I think while he was sitting in the car, they told him, everybody that was sitting down, and he didn't want to shake George Weah hand. So he decided not to do it. That's my understanding. He knew George Weah was there. In fact, he did not even mention George Weah's name in his speech, even though it was written in his speech.
Is journalism an assumption now? Making an assumption? Is that part of journalism?
They're going to make an assumption. So here is the thing I wanted to say. First of all, I want to just say again, Tomo Yaya spoke some things that were good. That particular comment he made.
Tomo Yaya just called you and blasted at you, so now you shifted.
No, I said that. I said
you didn't say that from the beginning of your argument.
No, I told you when you asked me, I said there was some good thing he said, but that particular thing he said was reprehensible, and I still maintain that. Tomo Yaya had not called me yet, but when he called me, I will tell him that the people from Grand that know me, I can talk my dinner. They know me. I'm not strange to them. It was not appropriate. You go to people's funeral. When you come to my father's funeral and speak like that, I will tell you to leave.
What will you do if they come to your funeral and they behave like that? What will you do?
When they come to Stanton's funeral, and I'm boy, you laughing at me. but let's capture something here. There are two things I want to capture really quick. The MDR executive, they spoke out of emotion. Stanton, I sent you of audio video for you to know that Prince Johnson, what Prince Johnson said, or what Tomo Yaya said from the beginning, that Prince Johnson was tired with this war crime quoting. It was true. It was true. That is the good part that Prince Tomo Yaya spoke. And the MDR also made mention of that. Prince Johnson made mention of that. Even Jeremiah Kun, who promised him $5,000 to pay for lawyer, I don't know what he even gave the $5,000 to Prince Johnson. But Jeremiah Kun responding to Tomo Yaya, at the same time, it wasn't necessary. There are some things you let pass. At the funeral, everybody was trying to like somebody said here, everybody was trying to gain some height. Somebody trying to make their own name on Prince Johnson's funeral. I think it was really inappropriate for certain people who made some comments, especially the president crowned the whole thing with telling the Nimbayans who were crying, tears are in their eyes, and they are mourning, and the president will come up and say, Prince Johnson is a part of our painful past. It just tells me that the president was out of place from the day one. I don't think you are going there. Say, I think the president should have not gone there. I think the president should have not gone there. His action, that particular statement. Look, Prince, let me tell you something. If somebody comes to your relative funeral and they praise a relative, and they tell you, but this person that lying down here, they were responsible for the bad things that happen in the town. Every good thing they said going down the drain.
Wow.
Good thing.
I think
the president actions are helping more.
No. I gotta bring acid though, and we gotta hear from the rest of the guys. Are you serious that the president should have stayed home because of this?
Oh yeah, his absence will help him more than his presence.
Wow, Isaac.
Yeah, put me in the Bible and bring somebody else.
Don't run. You don't say anything. You don't run.
I'm not running. But just in case we go to your funeral, I will not allow nobody.
I just received a paper talking about time. Don't give me time. The man you see lying over there is my brother, says Senator Tomo Yaya Nimne. The truth fears no one. Only those that see truth as enemies are those that feel so hurt about the truth. I find it interesting on why people will have any problem with the sincere truth that Thomas Yaya Nimne spoke that was re-echoed by Prince Johnson's own political party. And I know people want to lie. I know our brother Mo Ali feel we are still in campaign where you can just say anything, but this is governance now, where you don't just say anything. The senator said, I wanted to buy time to serve my people and to pray to God. So I say, you know what? Let me make Ellen president. Ellen gave him 12 years to serve his people. When George Weah came, George Weah said, Popo. I said, oh, if that's Popo, let me go there. Quoting Prince Johnson. And George Weah gave him 6 years to serve his people. When he heard about rescue, he said, you know what? I myself needs to be rescued. So I am going to join them to make sure I can have time to pray to God and to serve my people. He wasn't talking about being guilty or not. But when the time came, the time promised him was never given. That is the truth. MD Arrow said the same thing. They said, Senator Johnson told them, my time on earth has ended. He told them, that's what they said. Because people betrayed me. Those who are taught, who have stood by me when I needed them most. And let me end up to say again, I just posted in our chat room the last public comment from no one but Senator Prince Johnson's own mouth, his mouth, what he said, nobody interpreting it. He said, I went to VP Jeremiah Kuhn's office, my own son, to talk about the War Crimes Code. Now they want to persecute me? What the VP told me, that Papa, that 5,000 here, go bring lawyer. See, even my own son telling me you'll give me 5,000. So 5,000 is equal to my life. Who has been hurt by the truth? Senator Nimne's tribute will go down in history as a moment of truth. I know it will pain people. I know it will hurt people. I know people will be uncomfortable, but truth itself fears no one. So I'm sorry for all of you, especially those from our so-called rescue camp who think nobody should stand up. Senator Nimne spoke truth to power, and what he said is not just something we cannot find evidence to. We can listen to Prince Johnson on tape, and we can also refer to MDR. They also made the same statement. So yeah,
thank you.
That is true.
Thank you, guys. So I'm going to make this our closer. Say anything else you want to say, but I beg you, Mama, let me skip you on this one. But you can come back when you're speaking. Today, I want to bring in Honorable Snow, the first lady.
Don't skip me. Oh. That's serious topic here, Senator. We can push out one for tomorrow. Don't skip me.
Can I close and
no, but let Mama finish. But more you can go. What I say about the first lady decision on this announcement I came about suspending somebody for 1 month. You can go.
Let me close on the topic first.
You're close after Mama. Yeah, after Mama.
I want you to put that screenshot.
Yeah, after Mama, go ahead.
But Mama said, I want you to put it on too.
Which one, move?
Yeah, Mama talking in the back.
The newspaper.
So yeah, Mama comparing notes in the back.
No, just put it on.
Mama,
No, it's not in the back. Stand on in the chat room.
Yeah, but
I send it to you. Stanton, I send it to you. Pull it up.
In the chat room.
The whole world see.
I mean, which one are you working for the 70,000 media intelligence fee?
I mean.
That's Power Brigade. Power Brigade.
You already got a position. They will give large portion to Mamre.
To me, the information ministry intelligence fee.
Yeah, man. So go ahead, Mamre.
My man, I'm not pull the newspaper up. Why you behaving like that?
Let Mama speak on this thing. I will pull it up. Hold on.
Mama want to talk about it too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, both of them communicating in the back.
It's in the chat room, not back. It's in the chat room.
In the chat room. Stanton, put it up.
So Mo Ali will speak on that in the chat room. Everybody here in the chat room seeing it, and I back. But Mo Ali will speak on that. But please pull it up. But let me say this. What? I mean, Yaya Nimlen's statement, like Prince Johnson described it when he was living. When Prince Johnson was living, Yaya Nimlen spoke. Prince Johnson
But not
responded.
really. Go ahead now. Can't be wasting time.
When Yaya Nimlen spoke, and maybe tomorrow we'll play it and play Prince Johnson respond.
Yeah, let's do that.
Prince Johnson responded that your statement is an insult and an embarrassment to the people of Nema because he was living. He stood over Prince Johnson's body and said he was buying time from War Crime Court. That's what he said. It's on record. If you argue you were buying time to serve his people, so what about Prince Johnson? That somebody have to give him time to serve his people. Why Aaron Snow is not asking for time as a senator? He been in the Senate since 2005. Why is not asking for time? Why all the other senators?
How you know I'm not asking for time? How you know I'm asking for time?
Aaron Snow is a war crime man. Why you putting Aaron Snow there?
No, in our war crime business. In our war crime business.
Why you know he asking for time? Everybody asking for time, even me.
That's why you don't control the show. Let me learn. Other people can see what they have to say later.
Well, how you know I'm not asking for time? Why are you speaking for me for, mommy?
You speak for yourself when you can. You can tell what time you're asking for. Let me say my own.
But are you calling my name?
Yeah, but let me finish. Then you can kind of say what time you're asking for and who you're asking for the time. Let me say my own.
You.
So the point I'm making is Yaya Nimlen stood there and said, Prince Johnson, and there is this debate between Nimbayans and Grand Gideon that you are wrong. Other people say, no, you wrong. And he stood over his body and said he was asking for time from War Crime Court. If your argument is he was just asking for time to serve his people, why all the other senators are not going to beg Ellen to ask for time after they are elected? Why all the other senators are not going to ask George? We are only Prince Johnson is passing around asking people for time to serve after being elected. But that is not the story. The story is Yaya Nimlen, like he did in the campaign, and said Jeremiah Kun is a killer. Like he said in the Senate that the people of Nema are poisoning Grand Gideon. It is exactly what he said over the body of Prince Johnson. This whole statement, let me conclude. Prince Johnson called me. Prince Johnson called me. Uncle Sam, honestly, I did not say, Prince, you lie. I said, what you and Prince Johnson discussed, nobody know. You can claim what he told you. But what we know Prince Johnson for, what Liberians know Prince Johnson for is, when Prince Johnson has issue, he take up to the stage and he speak to the issues that he has. He doesn't go around biting and blowing. Everybody now Prince Johnson that I can say Prince Johnson called him. I agree, no problem. But what we know Prince Johnson for is Prince Johnson speaks what he knows. War Crime Code, last issue. Look, people are desperately trying to create a culture in this country of political chicanery, where politicians will say publicly, I will pay you roles, I will bring you transitional justice, I will do you this, and they go behind the scene and enter into secret deals with individuals. When they take power, they do not fulfill. Is that the culture we want to incorporate? Is that the culture we want to promote? That you make promise to your people. War Crime Code was never about Prince Johnson. It was about the thousands of Liberians who say they want justice. If people agree, and we're not only War Crime Code, it was War and Economic Crimes Code for people who stole millions of dollars from our people and enriched them and their family. If Liberians said they wanted it, and a government said, I will give it to you and make it as a campaign promise, and came back and deliver on that promise, what makes it a crime? And we now want to promote people who made those similar promises but failed to do it. That is the bad culture that continues to hurt our country. Politicians make promises to the people in public, go in private, make compromises, and fail to implement their promises. It is bad. We should not encourage it. Whether it's for War Crime Code, whether it's for Economic Crime Code, whether it's for education, whether it's for sanitation. When politicians make promises, they must uphold their promises. It is moral to do. It has integrity. Those who make promises publicly and go in the scene, in the back, and compromise are bad politicians. They are deceitful. We should not encourage that.
Thank you very much. Again, it's always good having all of you. We're going to start winding down closer on the program. I will give our sister Glenna, she's been quiet time to speak on this. Then from there, we go to one down, starting with Mo Ali, But after more, I think we'll hear from Honorable Snow. Then we'll start, closing this thing down. It's after 1 a.m. in Liberia. Sis Glennie.
So I think it is important for us to speak truth to power, no matter what side of the aisle we're on. And when people don't speak truth to power, we need to be able to point that out. We all listen to Yaya. And I like the clarification specifically to what Mame said, to what he said. He was not talking about time for working with his people. His statement was strictly towards the war crime court. The second thing is that I don't know what's wrong with saying the president was late. He was late. He was late. Simple. I don't understand what is defensive about that? Why defend that? Whether he was in Nima or he was in Bongo, we knew he was going to the funeral. If he was late arriving at the program, he was late. Finish. But there's something that Senator Snow said that I think Liberia is not taking advantage of. And I think that is the fact that we have 3 presidents alive, 2 former presidents. And every opportunity that we have as Liberians to have them under the same roof, we need to take advantage of that and not separate them. Divided will be a problem for us as a country. Whether it's protocol, not protocol, who set it up, who didn't set it up. If you had Ellen Johnson Sirleaf there and you had George Weah there and you have Boyka, they should sit together. It shows a different outlook of our country, whether they agree on the same thing or not. Let me tell you, I am glad that Senator Snow brought this up. I have been looking on the website for George Weah picture on Facebook. I wanted to do a post of Weah because when I saw he looked very nice. And you know me, I got a comment. But I looked every day since the funeral, and I could not see a portrait of George Weah. I think that was unfair.
Go on a page.
I'm just saying, if they posted other people picture,
yeah,
I will make noise for it, in my opinion.
It's the work of the executive marshal, Mama. Stop. The executive marshal should do that.
Why are you jumping on my throat? I'm not fighting this year. I'm not fighting. Papa, you told your own Tabata. I was quiet. That your long Tabata, you can talk when you can go in sessions and go in chapters. Let me talk my one sentence. If the executive mansion posted pictures, they were supposed to post George Weah picture to selectively not post anything about George Weah, in my opinion. And my opinion here, that I'm my opinion, and I'm from Cape Mount, from Grand Bassa and Sando, it was wrong. Everybody who attended, the fact that we had a former president there, his picture should have been posted. And I think we need to take advantage of this. We have 3 presidents that we are alive to see them. They're still with us. We must do all we can to show out there that we are trying to be unified as a people, to be unified as a people. That's what was important. So I hope that the press secretary and all of the protocols will take note of this. That is important that
we say thank you because it's embarrassment. The executive mansion covers former president. Mama, let's stop this joke. I believe you're just kidding. Joe Weah on Joe Weah page, that Joe Weah. When you go for the state funeral or state event and you invite former president, they are covered per protocol. I like what Honorable Snow said. The overzealousness, who are you doing it to? You creating more division. After 6 years, you want us to go back and say, well, you didn't do it to Joseph Boyka, you didn't do it to Joe Weah, you didn't do it to Madam Seti, so we got to do our own. I mean, this is embarrassment for our country. Look at the bitterness that took place during this election to the Donald Trump, that president. Look at the sitting arrangement. Respect. Honor, because the people serve the country. They remain in that seat, in that capacity. They will always be remembered as former president. in time of war, in time of peace. Politics is politics. You need to stop this thing. It's like George Manaware of Madame Salif. When you call for state event, respect them. And our children will practice same. Honor them. Because they serve in the highest seat. It takes only one in the midst of 5.6 or 5.4 million individuals. It takes only one. We are bringing disgrace to our country. And that's why we are calling for third option. Or else we hear the CDC. We hear about the UP. We hear about this fashion. And our country will go down the drain. We need responsible and sensible individuals to make Liberia one. Not in division, not in party, but in unity strong. That we can say success will always be shown. But I want to say, Senator Snow, thank you for coming. When you do your closing, from there we'll go to my brother Boali. Senator Snow, let me put this up. We came up with a story about Vavi Homes and that of
Senator, this is not fair. Senator, this is not fair.
But you closed already on the issue, Mo.
No, I didn't.
You are the first.
You spoke.
You are the first that spoke on Yaya
Yeah, no
Nimle.
responded to you.
You are the first that spoke on Yaya Nimle. I will come to you. All right, you know what? If you don't want to say it, you can say what you want to say. But let me put it something off for the other people. We're coming to you. Why are you crying?
No, but he spoke.
Yeah, you are the first, my man. Let me put this thing off just to squeeze this thing in. Otherwise, Snow, what you see here is very important for us to just realize. Strong warning. 1 month suspension for Vavi Homes and Lemuel VA. Is this serious, Honorable Mary Snow, the office of the First Lady, after these people were involved in massive corruption? And just to add, they didn't pay those guys the money back. There's a reason why Mo Ali running away, he doesn't want to discuss this. The office of the First Lady is not informed. They gave them some of the money, but not all of the money. The bosses are complaining. They didn't give them all the money back. So how can the office of the First Lady celebrate a disciplinary action when we yet to discuss the issue that you got a corrupt individual and Vavi, how you call him, Vavi Home? He's the one that replaced Gifty Lamont. He worked at LRA. Are you only suspending him for 1 month in the office of the First Lady, but he still gets his LRA job? What a mess. Today is the 20th of January. What's going on with the government? Why are they sinking so fast? The executive marshal, the office of the First Lady, the foreign ministry, the public work, the Freeport, the DIS, the finance ministry, on a bogus investigation when you talk about Miguel Jones. What's going on with this government? They say, oh, 1 year, we will change it. The new year will eat. Is this the new year? And they're coming up to say they are satisfied with this investigation. The two individuals involved, Mr. Vavi Holmes and Mr. Lemuel VA, have been suspended from the duty for 1 month without pay. Both individuals involved have refunded the total sum. That's a lie. They didn't give the money back. Madam Bwaga has issued a firm directive to all members of her staff, emphasizing the needs to uphold the highest standard of integrity and professionalism. Snow, what's going on here? From fry pan to fry pot? But as you close the show and we go around the table, man, this is an embarrassment, though. It's not helping the rescue train. Are they rescuing or they need to be rescued, Snow?
Senator, as I close the show, let me just go pick it back one on Gibson chair regarding the vice president response. I think at that funeral, the most appropriate person to have spoken about Senator Thomas Ayadimne's statement was the vice president. For one reason that I think he was the head of the steering committee or something at that funeral, and he was instrumental in getting Senator Thomas Ayadimne to pay tribute, with the understanding I'm told that it would have been about unifying the two counties. I think he spoke on it. For me, I wouldn't have a problem with the response there. I think it was just appropriate for him to have said something. On the issue of and like what our big sister said, I mean, some of the things, Stanton, is just simple. Somebody late, they're late. We all human beings, everybody can get late. But to justify being late, I mean, it just what more should we justify? So I think, and then because people trying to make it look like we are walk out of the program, I don't think it was also fair to him to say he walked out of the program. He went to a funeral that was scheduled to take place from 10 to 2, and it started 2 hours late. So he had something to do, and I think he went and paid his respect to the widow and others, and he left, respectfully left. I think we should give him that credit as well. The issue in First Lady's office, it's difficult. The First Lady is someone that I know very well. I have a lot of respect for her. She's apolitical and she's a disciplinarian. So I don't know who advised her on how to proceed with this, but I thought she would have sent those people up to anti-corruption and take some drastic stands so that the image of her office is restored. That suspension looked very weak, very political, and I think it's going to compromise the integrity of her office. So I think maybe her advisors told her how to proceed. Normally, people in high places listen a lot to the advisors, but I think if it came from the advisors, then they should have done better for the First Lady. With such a grave allegation, they should have been investigated by the LACC and then, if possible, prosecuted. So it serves as deterrent, so that nobody else working in the president or First Lady office will do something like, because it has a very negative impact on the image of the First Lady in her office. She's someone, like I said, to close, someone I know very well. She comes with a lot of respect. She's, well respected, apolitical, and I don't think she will encourage anything like that. So I think they should do better than what they did with that suspension for 1 month.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. Said Mo Ali is not, it looked like he just went in the back. But again, Honorable Gray.
This should be my closing statement. And in my closing statement, like I said, I just want to play the recordings. That's all. I want you to listen well.
And when I went to court, I said, what is going on? You were here when we have sent paper, and you were here with our own leadership, and we sent the report with all documents, legal documents, to guide we are. Then Burger benefited from the 2010 decision by the Supreme Court to be involved in the 2011. You're right. He benefited. You're right. After telling about for 12 years now, he's now president now. We didn't campaign for that kind of old man, and he wants to persecute us. He's not going to persecute us. So what is going on with Con? And Con said, well, what I will do for you is to help you with lawyer. Your partner said, go look for lawyer. Hello? Yeah, man. I saw you made mistake. I heard you last night, me and Con indeed to move Kupa. Absolutely, after the whole election, I'm in my corner. If you hear my preaching most Sunday, you will conclude that I'm right. But will you rescue as a nomenclature after winning? The broadcaster don't even answer my phone. They don't pick me up. They don't let me down. They don't even have time. I don't talk. Yeah, I don't talk because God knows why it's happening. And everything I will accept it because our son who is vice president to him from Nimba.
Okay, I basically left with the public to judge. When NDRO spoke that a man died from pressure because of war crimes code, and you said the CDC is running around with something new. This is Prince Johnson's statement. It's not manufactured. So it left with the audience to speak to that. And it's good that everyone has listened to it and their motives. Thank you very much. That's my closing statement.
Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, as always, thank you for joining the show. We appreciate you. I'm going to bring in Uncle Sam, what you just heard. Let's hear your closing.
Prince Johnson spoke to me for 21 minutes. I'm not guessing. I'm not trying to be political. I never put it in the public domain until after his funeral. There are things that Prince Johnson told me in 1992 that would die in my stomach. I went to his base in Kawe before Octopus. I was visiting Liberia. There are a lot of things I know about Liberia that would die in my stomach. I come here because I want to be, to get along. I want to express my views. But I work with presidents, Doe, Taylor, Ellie. There are things that I know would die in my stomach. There are things that Prince Johnson told me that if I were to say it, would be so inflammatory that you will not believe. In 1992 and before that. So my thing is, look, to my appeal to all of you young people, I live a great life. You haven't enjoyed your country 10% the way I enjoy Liberia and enjoy around the world. 10%. You have an opportunity to fix Liberia so you can be able to watch Netflix 24 hours a day. So you can be able to go to a good restaurant and eat your dumbo. So you can be able to take your children to some kind of good school. So you can be able to travel on an American Express card for 1975 to live and enjoy yourself. You can only do that if you fix Liberia. Not partisan fix Liberia, but fix Liberia. Tell every president that come there what they need to do. Edwin Snow, you know, I was not with Charles Taylor when you were in 1997. You know, you myself had a little tiff when you were a youth leader. And you know I didn't support Joia in 2017. And you know, for many, many years, I was against the government until 2021. I'm not against Joseph Boakai. I want Joseph Boakai to succeed. There are things that I'm doing for Joseph Boakai that will shock you. You will never believe that I'm doing this for Joseph Boakai. Because Joseph Boakai, I'm a president, and I want him to succeed. So I'll be laughing at you. You will not do if you don't have money and I eat for just being a Liberian and going around the world promoting this government in different ways. You don't have money and I eat. Eh? I feel sorry for the people that I've been seeing. You will not eat food, and I eat plenty. I know plenty. Because guess what happened? Because of my training, I just talk the superficial. I don't go down on something that is so substantial that could cause chaos in the country. You need help, mommy. You need help.
I mean, you send my battle money from that last day.
My man,
talking about it. Let's talk on the show.
But just shut up, man.
No, let's talk on the show. You send my battle money.
But just wait, man. You just like to be relevant. That's all you like, to be relevant.
But say I happy to know that you got money, like money, I leave it clear now.
But if I were broke, I would live the way I'm living. That's how broke making me traveling.
Why you can't send something? Why you can't send me something? Why you can't send me some toilet money? Why you can't send me something?
Because you are multi-millionaire.
Not true. Not true.
Guys, that's definitely 30 seconds. I beg you, you help Joseph Yima Boakai. That's a good man. You help him to accomplish the things you want to accomplish to fix Liberia, but you're fighting amongst yourselves. Everybody got their own kinja. Everybody got their own thing that they're doing. I beg you. When you fix Liberia, I will enjoy more. When I die, they will take me to Striker and they will bury me. But if not, I will get sick and die in different country. They will just cremate me because I must spend 25,000-30,000 with casket to take me to Liberia. That's my instructions to my heirs.
Yes, so can I close? I have to go. I have a long way.
Love you guys. I'll see you later.
Please, I beg to close and
wait for your time. You came late. Wait for your time.
No, I gotta drink. Let me sit there. Well, I wish the general was here. Akara's great. One of our listeners just wrote me to tell me that I succeeded in one thing in the last few days since I returned. I was able to get the general to cut his hair. So that was a good thing. And I wanted to tell him that he looked great with the new hairdo. But I will say this. I don't know why he got that tape for. It sounds like something that was doctor or some AI generator. But however the case is.
AI generator?
Yeah, I don't know why you got that table. But the bottom line
Play the one I sent you. Send to play the one.
Let the man close, but
Liberia.
Yeah, but let the man close. Everybody have heard that.
People in Liberia are crazy. They don't know.
Everybody that hear that tape before that Prince Johnson speaking.
No. The bottom line here is the late senator was with the CDC. He could not pay the Nimadians their money. He was mad. He kept complaining that the former president was not honoring his end of the backing. That's the reason he's with the rescue team. He moved on and he was furious. For them, all of a sudden, to find this new law for the late senator is just disingenuous. I think this is another partisan opportunism to score points. But what I would say is this: let this man rest in peace. Everybody trying to score political points for him. Stanton, I wish we can move on to discuss more pertinent national issues. I'm not saying that this is not important, but let the man rest in peace. Senator Nimne, Akara's Gray. All of a sudden, you guys send the little boy, Jefferson Koji, to Nima to disgrace this man. Challenge him in his own backyard. You guys call him names. You guys were running a few days ago at the War Crime Court and fixing your signature to it. I have to say it was only coming for him. We know you guys were celebrating. We were signing. Who were those that were signing it? Most of you guys thought that it has never been about this man. He had a brief scene, a time on the national scene with the war. I stayed in Liberia. I didn't leave Liberia until 2004. The worst part of the war started after Prince Johnson was gone, with all those different warring factions, the model, the LPC that Gibson Jaru helped create, and then all those different groups that came. That when the war really got brutal. So Prince Johnson had, but I'm glad that the late senator is resting in peace. You can see by the turnout there, and we all know we live to tell the story that we were there. I went to the mausoleum that he was buried in, and I paid my last homage, and I'm like, if I want to go leave this world, I want to be remembered like this. Remember by all the great leaders from different political persuasion, they converged on Nima County and they said bad to this man. Even some of those people were not his ally, but they all came there because they had to be there. But let me say this on the First Lady stuff. Look, this is thing of if she damn if she do, she damn if she don't. I think the president, the First Lady, we all know, and everybody, I think the senator said it. Everybody that know the First Lady, she's a lady of integrity. She's a mother to everyone. What Vafi did was very terrible. I listened to the video. I thought when he appeared on Spoon, he caused more damage to his case. And he gave the people more. I mean, when you really look at the story and look at the totality of the story, instead of just sensationalizing it, I think he got a fair deal. It would never be pleased with it. Some people want a harsher punishment, but I think given the circumstances, I think the president felt that was the appropriate. At least he got punished. He was not given a slap on the wrist. The other people that we saw 6 years, they kept the same people, even when they had corruption lingering over their head. Nobody was fired, nobody was removed. People stay in the same position for 6 years straight, and they say, "To hell with you, go ahead." But at least she took some action. Could there be more? That is awful. That depends on who you ask. But I commend the First Lady for taking a bold step in suspending him for a month with all pay. Hope he learned his lesson. If it is repeated, hope they will be dismissed. But I think she did the right thing. If she had not done something, she would still be complaining. But kudos to you, my First Lady, our mother. She fed us so much when we went in that place. And I think it's just
because she gave you food, that's why you're talking like that. We understand.
It's just a motherly instinct.
It's not motherly instinct. It's not motherly instinct. They didn't pay the guys the money. The two young men are still crying. Their father here in America crying for his money.
That's your story. I've not heard it.
That's not my story. We brought them on the show.
I don't know. You have become a doomsday preacher.
Fadiga, stop. Doomsday preacher, but you still come and sit on the show, right? You need to stop this thing. At the end of the day, you just need to stop this lies and this jumping around. You're not even comprehending well because you're trying to defend that which you cannot defend. One, Bobby Holmes. Okay, are you calling for LRA to suspend him too? Since that's a crime.
What does this have to do with LRA though?
Oh, because he worked at LRA. He worked at LRA.
He did not commit crime.
Now, don't act like you can stutter. He said he worked at LRA. Are you saying it's okay for him? Okay, now he's suspended from the first lady office, but he still got a job to LRA. Does that make sense to you? Now you can talk. Have a good night.
LRA though.
Oh yeah, so the crime is only limited to the first lady office.
He was a consultant.
Is he now working for the government of Liberia, Fadiga?
Senator, that's not how it works.
Suspend him.
That's not how it works.
The first lady for crime committed. You want to tell us that he working also at LRA. So now he working. He going to get his LRA paid.
So what would be the reason for LRA? What would be the reason? Give me one good reason why
you don't deserve a reason. You deserve You said you gotta go, so you just deserve to have a.
Let me just close, please.
Gibson, come here and do your closing. Gibson, sorry, I will get you. Gibson, go ahead, my brother.
You know, Fadiga doesn't want to be PR, but he not media man, he not diplomat, but he assuming the opposition. He not media man and being press attaché. Then he put honorable to a knee.
I ran one of the biggest radio stations. I ran.
What? Fadiga, you said you were going now. You can't go now, bro.
That's a man talk, bro.
Go ahead. Gibson, wait for me to be going inside live.
Gibson, go ahead. I beg you. Let Gibson go ahead.
So, Fadiga, I don't really have time for all that in there. But let me just say this. Artists just need to start boasting about his money and stuff like that. Because people get money, don't boast. You see, many Edwin Snowden sitting there, you want to boast about money, so don't boast about money. But look, Fadiga, that suspension is of farce. It's a farce.
It's a family-related suspension. It's like your child does something to you, and you said it. I said, no, Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Let me see 2 seconds of you. It's a family-related suspension. Ask Glennie about her son running up and down. Let her picking and do something. Glennie will, yeah. Before daybreak, Glennie will say, you know, go in now. Let my stand-up junior or my grandson leave her do something. I would lie to all of them downstairs and say, I carry him upstairs, I went to discipline him. The next thing you see me picking myself watching cartoon. That's a family-related suspension. That's a joke.
That's a joke. Even worse than that. Look at what it said. The man have paid the 4,000. 40 people. You say he paid 4,000.
He didn't. He didn't pay.
Besides that, the man should be
money for 40 people.
The man should be turned over for.
But you got time feeling talking about. You say you're going to bed. Go to bed. It's late. Your special assistant.
When I said the other day that the family didn't know about the crime, you say I was talking too much. The family didn't know about what happened. That's why it took us so long before she even came up. What kind of investigation they did? Okay, if you do investigation, tell us what the investigation found. Was the
Rabbi Adam in the first lady office related to Vavi home? He called the first lady. This Vavi home called the first lady his auntie. That's a family disciplinary action that they took. It's a disgrace. Again, we're saying this. That's why we will continue to call for third option, because people take family and friends over Liberia, and this is wrong. And they cherry pick the disciplinary action. They cherry pick who to discipline, and we must sit here and protect and defend these Vlad. It's a disgrace. I mean, we think they're out of it. We just can't.
I think the first lady should stop that kind of thing. It's too big. I mean, it's too bad for her because that man. I will expect. I think the least she can do was to turn the man over to the police for investigation and prosecution. The man crime cut across. The man worked for LRA, but he committed crime in the office of the first lady. It's a big office than the LRA. And the crime he committed has government connection. And he connected the old man to it. He said he briefed the old man about the crime that he committed. And the old man can say you are suspended for 1 month without pay. First of all, the claim first the man are not taking pay, he's the consultant. He went for
yeah.
Oh, the man not taking pay in the file office. So we're gonna pay that the man not taking that you suspended the
They just let the library people know that the man was double dipping. You're taking both pay.
Yeah. No, but you asked a question earlier, they said they're not true, the man not double dipping, you were only working in the LRA office. Now they say they suspended me in the file office without pay. So which pay is that? Man, thank you, man. Thank you for the show. The show is good.
You know,
yeah, we give God glory. Let's bring Asa though. Asa, go ahead.
The reason I'm laughing because Jeru, you smart man. I was just putting it down so I don't forget about it. The first lady obviously says you are suspended for a month without pay, effectively telling us that it is legal now in the rescue government to double dip. Once upon a time, you only show you a year. You see the people working here, then they take pay here. All that noise. Today now, the first lady is telling us that it is okay to double dip. Now it's the first lady who said it. Oh, somebody will say citizen people did it. No citizen person in the first lady's office. But she said, young man, we will not pay you for 1 month. Go and take your LRA pay. After 1 month, you can resume taking your 2 pays. You know, like I always said, you can allow to take power, you cannot allow to govern. Because as you lying, you will make mistake somewhere. To lie, you will keep lying, you will make mistake and come back. So today now in our rescue government, it is legal to double dip. Yeah, you can work here and be taking pay. You can work here and be taking pay. Cool. But you know what? I saw the other person working with FDA, but they own the House of Representative payroll. I saw it all around. Sometimes we need to do good. But I wanted to say this. Prince Johnson has died. Now, I want to agree with people who said the Bracket government's push for the War Crimes Code was not because of Prince Johnson. Thank you for assuring us. We now want to believe what you are saying in voice can be manifested in action. We need the War Crimes Code now. Let me remind the government, sometimes they're quick to forget. The executive order that was signed establishing the War Crimes Code expires 4 months from now. We expect the president to sign another executive order. The fact that that War Crimes Code was not about Prince Johnson, that means Prince Johnson living or Prince Johnson dying will have no effect on the establishment of the War Crimes Code. If this government refuses for whatever reason to establish War Crimes Code, the people of Nimba will see through it that the War Crimes Code push was for only one reason, because of Senator Johnson. They told us that they will establish it. And we want to agree with our friends that it wasn't because of Prince Johnson, as they say. So will we be here again and they will come with one cocoa better story of the reason why they won't establish War Crimes Code? Time is not at the back, it's at the front. I will encourage the NDR to consistently pressure this government to ensure War Crimes Code is established. The government knows where they will get money from. The government knows who they will make, whoever. They know. So there will not be no excuse. There will not be any excuse for which there will be no War Crimes Code. Prince Johnson said it. We made the president now. He wants to start persecuting us. Well, maybe Prince Johnson was wrong. And so this government must establish war crimes court. Any failure to do that, we all will know that the betrayal from this government is a shameful thing. Yaya Nimne said it on tape. While it will pain our rescue people in their heart, the truth will always exist. You can never erase that tape from the internet. It is there. We will listen to it every day. We will share it. People will listen to it. It will be rescue hard because Senator Nimne spoke the truth. MD Arrow spoke the truth. The betrayal from the Unity Party against the people of Nimba was something that contributed to another man's family wearing black. Today, there should be no excuse. There should be no excuse for the establishment of the court. No excuse. And we will consistently remind the president, when May comes and the first executive order expires, we expect to see President Barker sign another executive order for this war crimes code to come. It must come. Thank you.
I think I'm gonna go, and then after that,
quick question: who in the background? They need to put something up for me. Who in the background? You can find the question from your side there.
We're coming closer. We're not reading no background. We're not reading nothing you're putting up.
Nelson was in the background.
Okay, no problem. I'll find the question.
I mean, just I got many pictures. They put it up.
Okay, still on the, can I close and then?
When you finish, I'll close.
No, I beg you, that just hang on 1 minute. I beg you, Dr. Richard. Yeah, but let me close real quick. Then we'll go.
No, I'm before us.
I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the people that are listening. All of y'all can go. I'm not talking to y'all. The people that are listening, the people I'm talking to. All of y'all can go.
Want in your shoe hole deal. You want to talk about Georgia? Eh? The football Georgia 8.
Dr. Richardson, go ahead, please.
Sure. I just wanted to say that it was a good show. We need to continue to have this kind of discussions because it helps inform the Liberian people. Even though sometimes they don't agree with us, they think that we are one-sided. But I think in the end, they get to make a choice and they get to be informed. So I'm going to just talk about summary about what we started discussing. I think in the beginning, we were talking about the Capitol building investigation. I just want to make two things clear. My position on those two things are, one is whosoever burned the Capitol building should face the weight of the law, whosoever it is, okay? Two is I do not support torturing and abuse of human rights. I do not support that. And we see these two things are happening in our country right now. I have a few recommendations that I want to make to the legal system that I've said this before. One is they need to take their time and conduct investigation. They're shooting hurry. It seems like they are trying to solve this problem quickly, and they are doing some missteps. I think this is not helpful for the case. They should follow the evidence, okay? Do not engage in witch hunt, because we have a history of engaging in witch hunt in our country. We have a history of sometimes not following the evidence. We have a history of solving cases from a political perspective. Do not go by observation. Observation can help when you're investigating, but it shouldn't be, what you base your evidence on, just observation. Get some forensic help. I've been asking this police legal department to get some forensic help for a long time. It's not that our legal department or legal system isn't strong. It's just that getting a second opinion, sometimes somebody who's not within the system of investigation can help. It may give you some ideas of things that you miss. You need to make some compelling and convincing arguments, and arguments that goes beyond reasonable doubt. What I'm hearing so far, we got tape recording, we got, this, that, and all of that stuff. I'm not quite convinced yet. I would love to see how the legal department put their pieces of evidence together. But yet, I know this case is still unfolding. As we move on to Prince Johnson's funeral, I think that we have some lesson learned from it. First of all, the first lesson that I like to say is, sometimes when we go to people's funeral, I notice we Liberians, we like to elaborate on things about the person that we don't know. We start to tell our little stories about things that happened and things that didn't happen. I don't know if this is a characteristic of Liberians or if it's a characteristic of just funeral, going to a funeral. I don't know, but it was evident at Prince Johnson funeral. I think that there's a tenet that our country need to develop a strategy, a unification strategy. I'm not seeing that. I'm missing that. I think I took away from this funeral from Prince Johnson funeral, that there's a sense of disunity that is brewing the country. And the last time I advocated for at least the president should at least include in his different developmental plan, his different strategies, a strategy for unity, maybe a rare white and blue day once a month in the country to show some sense of patriotism. They need to improve and strengthen teaching civic in the class. They need to teach about the different counties. I think I talked about, even the symbols on the flags the last time. They need to include the diaspora community. I think tapping into the economic power of the diaspora community.
Glendy tired. She's sleeping.
Will help. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, thank you for interrupting me. Yeah, yeah. So tapping into the diaspora community will help. There's a certain age bracket of the diaspora community that will be retiring very soon. You can use the economic power to help boost our country. In fact, I even talk about having the diaspora team in the county meet. I want to just lastly say happy MLK Day. Hope we emulate some of the characters of MLK, such as grace, freedom, and justice for all. And I will close by saying something that a quote from him is, injustice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere. So I end my thoughts on that for the night. Great show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Glennie?
So I think it was a great show. I want to close specifically on the First Lady, but I want to ask one or two questions. Is her office a private office, or is it a government office, and who pays the employees there? The reason I'm asking is, if that is the case, what authority does the office have to suspend people? Could he have been referred to LACC so that they can investigate and do whatever the findings were? I'm just wondering as to, and how is this 1 month suspension without pay sufficient for someone who on an international, global, whatever platform alleged that the first lady knew of this protocol, this facade? I don't think that is sufficient. And I think after taking more than a month to finally speak about this, and then you see us suspending without pay for 1 month, I don't think that's adequate for the crime of what we heard about, with what he admitted to, some of the things, and the fact that they even have decided to pay the person back, to pay the two people. That's an admission of guilt. How is that minimum? I don't think it's something minimum for it to be overlooked. And then when the next person does this, what will be the redress for it? What is the deterrent that someone won't do this again? That this is done, an allegation, putting the first lady at the forefront of it, and we say, okay, let's suspend you, and like Stanton and other people saying, you suspend him for 1 month, but he still gets paid from LRA. How is that sufficient? I just don't understand sometimes some of the things that we continue to talk about. We want a better Liberia. We continue to say stuff. We may not know all of the answers, but we have opinions and we give them. It is all because we want a better Liberia. And when things are not done correctly, in our opinion, we speak against them. I think waiting for a whole month or more before addressing this issue and saying, oh, I'll suspend you for 1 month without pay, I don't think that's sufficient. I think it's a slap in the faces of Liberians, and it's a slap in the face of you wanting to be a government void of corruption and wanting to do the right thing. But I think it's a great show, and it was good being here. Thank you.
Gladys, thank you very much. Let me hear from my brother Abula Mabe. Mabe?
We started with other issues, but we'll close on the war crime code. When we joined politics earlier on in our life, we joined through the advocacy for war crime code in Liberia, war and economic crimes code. Every time I went to jail in Liberia, I went to jail because I was.
You went to jail, Mabe?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
They won't go free us all the time. I was a member of the Forum for the Establishment of War Crime Code in Liberia, led by Molu. Every time I went to jail in Liberia, it was because we were advocating for the establishment of war and economic crimes code in Liberia. We maintain that the establishment of war and economic crimes code in the country so that perpetrators of violence, economic crime can go and testify and be prosecuted to speak to their action. Tomo Yaya Nimle is one of them. The rest of the other people must go and testify. What has been happening in the country is a culture of political deceit, a culture of political scam, where politicians will announce one thing to the public, goes in the back and settle on different things and mislead the people. That has been the culture. It has been happening with war crime code. It has been happening with roads. It has been happening with education. It has been happening with improving the lives of the people. They will promise one thing, they go in the back and compromise. People who are accustomed to that culture want to make it appear like a good thing. They want politicians who make promises and go in the back and compromise to be good politicians. Those who make promises and fulfill to be bad politicians. We will come here and say, hey, we support war crimes. Stanton, please put up the letter, please put out the newspaper. So you see the consensus around war crime code. Now, George Weah, because they want to use...
You talking about this one?
Yes. Because they want to use the Prince Johnson situation as a political tool, George Weah is now telling people that Funati Kofa was supporting war crime code, that the reason why he did not support, that the reason why he indirectly supported the removal of Funati. Because he did not support war crime code. Funati was the champion, was one of the champions for war crime code. Funati was one of the champions for war crime code. When they passed the war crime code in the House of Representatives, most of the lawmakers were dressed up in their war crime code t-shirt. Sometimes you can pull it down. It was a unanimous decision. It is a unanimous decision for people who perpetrated violence, economic crime, to go and testify and exonerate themselves. People did chicanery with it. If people's argument is Prince Johnson was afraid of war crime code, George Weah did not establish war crime code in Caesar, so why did Prince Johnson move from behind him? And Prince Johnson left from behind him at the time Rescue had one of their primary political campaign as war crime code. If George Weah was so good to Prince Johnson, he did not establish war crime code, why did Prince Johnson leave from behind him and come to a group that was calling for war crime code? Ask yourself that question, ponder over it. I will not find a solution. I will conclude on Yaya's statement. Yaya is on record of consistently with his association with CDC. There is, I'm not painting new history here. There is a history of bad blood between few people in Nima and few people in Granjida. And that particular bad blood is being perpetrated by the politicians and not the ordinary Granjidians and Nimbayans. It has been perpetrated by the politicians. They use it for political gains. Yaya Nimle, decision in the campaign, described Jeremiah Kun as a killer. He went in the Senate. We played a recording. He said Nibayans were poisoning
Grandidians in the presence of Prince Johnson. And Prince Johnson responded. The man died, they buried him, you stood over his body. Everything that he consistently denied. You can ask Prince Johnson on anything, he will say yes. But in issues about war crimes and the killing of those, he will always justify that I fought for my people. Because he's dead, you stood over him and said he's guilty, but we're buying time. And every time there's new political leader, he will go buy time. In Nema, he was buying time for the crimes he committed. But you can't speak about the crimes that other people in Grand Jida committed against the Bayans. Are they buying time? Or you feel they are right? But when it comes to Nema and Prince Johnson, he was wrong and he was buying time. I feel that statement was divisive. It was not reconciliatory. And FCDC has political consciousness. They should distance themselves from that statement. The statement was wrong in all respect. You cannot stand in Nema and tell Prince Johnson that he was buying time for crimes he committed against the people of Gambia. It was wrong. It was irresponsible. It was ill-advised.
But you didn't talk about the First Lady and Vavi.
The First Lady and Vavi, I have, during the campaign you and I spoke, I have a fundamental policy difference with how the offices of First Lady have been ran in that country. I said the office of First Lady must be established by law, and that office must report to the legislature every year on who gave them money and how they spend it. I'm on record for that. I'm saying the office of the First Lady is an asset of the state. People have used that asset to generate resources and divert it to personal use. I call on Entekatumu right after the inauguration. I will play that video on my page. I say, Entekatumu, to save yourself from embarrassment, allow the office of First Lady to be established so that those you receive money from and how you spend it, you can report to the legislature every year. That's how it is done in almost all the countries where office of the First Lady is now used as a source of bribe. In countries where they refuse to establish the office of the First Lady and make them accountable, they are most of the time used as the conduit of bribe and influence pledging. To the issue about double dipping, we have not changed our tune.
You know to tell your things in 2-3 minutes, bro.
I beg you, let me finish. I said, go ahead, Mama, please.
On the issue about double dipping, we have not changed our tune. We remain consistent. Double dipping is wrong. The office of the First Lady should have taken harsher decision. Stanton, we have called on you here. There is double dipping in the House of Representatives. Let's discuss it. We cannot discuss it. There is double dipping in the House of Representatives. Good Day Flomo is popular on Facebook for exposing double dipping. We championing that. We have not changed our position. Double dipping in the president's office, the president's office is wrong. Double dipping in the House of Representatives is wrong. In the judiciary is wrong. The action, the penalty for double dipping is now 1 month suspension. People who are men and got the balls to condemn double dipping in the president's office, to condemn double dipping in Funati's office, to condemn double dipping in the House of Representatives, like we are doing. We are saying in the House of Representatives is wrong, in the judiciary is wrong, in the president's office is wrong, in the president's office is wrong. 1 month suspension is inadequate. People without balls will only talk about the First Lady office. They will not talk about it in the legislature because they themselves are beneficiary of double dipping.
Thank you very
much. I want to say thanks to all of you. It's always good having a wonderful show. Folks, because of you, we are here. Thanks for your comment. Your comment comes almost 8,000. We want to say thank you. The group that joined us today, almost 55,000 and counting. Because of Gibson Jerry, you guys came to Washpoon Network. Gibson, please come again. Glennie want me to tell you to please come. We want to say thanks to Grace Johnson for showing up. Thanks to Edwin Bevan Snow.
Please send me your number. I want to send something to you.
And she doesn't want it. She said you must keep it. We want to say thanks to Mo Adi and the rest of the team. Dr. Richardson, as always, it's good to have you. Glennie, please stay far away from Gibson. He's a crown man. They really don't joke when it comes to women. He's not joking.
I even know him.
Okay?
I know his son. I don't even know that man.
Thank you, mommy. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
So as I finish closing?
As I finish.
And then I took like 1 minute, 30 seconds to close.
Asking for.
Casey, I know you are from nowhere. Bye.
Yeah, I will say no to the man. I will say no.
Propaganda is very how.
I said it already.
But here's the thing, Glenny. Why you can't take Gibson number, Glenny? Why?
I want to know how he came back here on the platform. I want to know.
So that's why you need to say a number. The man will tell you.
Okay, I will call you later. I got your number already. I will call you.
Thank you, Gibson. Thank you, man. Nelson, you want to come on, Nelson? It's good, a wonderful show. Brother Nelson, where you at?
Oh,
Isaac. How's how you feel? No work today, man. You are off today, Isaac.
No, I want to work, actually.
You didn't work. There's a lie. Don't lie to Annie. There's no work on a holiday. Today is a federal holiday. There'll be no way.
People work in America. Federal holiday.
There'll be no way your bank open.
Plenty of people work in America.
No way. Your bank is a well-renowned bank. You cannot work. So stop that thing, my man. It's good seeing you.
Nelson. How you doing, my man? My man, I was praising you the last time. You are one of the journalists that people like. You know,
Nelson, why I always calling you on the side to do something and you can hide it from me?
No, we haven't been on the side before.
Nelson don't mind Mel, but Nelson is a good journalist. Whenever Nelson writes, or Sylvester writes, you can't understand journalists put something together. Even if the piece is not in your favor,
nobody want to know where you going on with that one.
So Nelson, keep it up. Actually, not to admit, like I don't see anybody hating you from any of the parties, like. Though you write against people, but everybody kind of like you. That's cool. That's the way it should be as a journalist, you know.
That's what we're going to be having a wonderful show tomorrow. I want to say thanks to all of our benefit followers. Again, as always, I don't know whether you want to call Nelson. I'm here, but you got to do your show, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave you alone. May God bless you. Happy holiday.
But before we go, Nelson, there's not politics though. As two persons have called me and told me the LEC situation is getting a little like.
We want to address it tomorrow, right? The LDC situation is the worst in the history of Africa.
Right. So they told me two people,
you know, and I got more information because you know. Anyway, let me hold what I want to say because again, people watching, but it doesn't look good. I mean, what is the good news, Nelson, in Liberia? Nelson, do me a favor tomorrow before you come on the show. Find us the good news from this government, please. Just for us the good news. For the office of the First Lady to put value moves and Limia in time off for 5 minutes and say you'll come back to work. Man, we are in a very, very bad territory.
LDS will not be the same.
Yeah, what good news today was a high power delegation from the
MCC.
The MCC compact. And they had a great engagement.
It would be a good news when Gafuan tell us what is going on with Bill McGee Jones and the other guy, Paul Lamine. People be getting disappointed in Gafuan. The lawmaker then put in the budget 3.6 million. Gafuan gave them 13.9 million. You hear what I'm saying, Isaac? They're in the budget 3.6 million. But Gafuan gave them 13.9 million. What's going on with Gafuan?
And we need to. I don't know why they are not bringing.
And they are not posted on the website.
The end of the year reconciliation. They need to put it there so we see.
No, they have not. They are hiding something because there's more to the alternative. And I'm disappointed in Gafuan. I am. Gafuan is making us shame. The Minister of Finance is making us so shame. That's not the Gafuan we know. Why Gafuan doing this to his good reputation? It's going to be 1 month Gafran refused to post the odd terms on the minister website because there's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they are cooking it, doing all kinds of things.
They
Still,
can. There's a lot of
you
trouble.
can't make it. Put the
I mean,
option
what
there,
can I
the
say
yes,
for you?
send it down. You should have it.
I mean, you get a good relationship with the people. The people were celebrating Gafran. But I will hold my peace for tomorrow because Martin Colley and myself were speaking on this thing. Martin Colley sharing tears today.
Which tears?
Today, Martin Colley sharing tears. Martin Colley said, "This is crazy."
My brother rescue Rambo.
I mean, man, may God save our state. May God help our people. May God open our eyes that we will start this thing, and because Liberia deserves better. That's not a Gafran we came to know. Why Gafran put himself in this situation he can't handle? They asked for 3.6 million. Gafran told them, say, I will give you 13.9 million. Where all the other money going at? They put over millions of millions of the Liberian people money. So if you look at it, there is no difference between Gafran and Samuel 12. And that's why I'm coming from the mall. And again, have a good night. Let's rescue.
Nelson, come on.
No, I said go. Now Nelson is done.
No, I thought you said you were going.
Yeah, we're going. Thank you, Isaac. It's always good to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah. Thank you, folks, for watching the show. It's always good having you. Come back again tomorrow. Let's talk. It's the best thing we can do to talk all the time. We'll never get tired. We can never get tired because this too is Liberia. Till we meet again, my sister, Barbara Zena White, as always, Barbara, is so sad. As always, it's so sad. Barbara Zena White. But may God save our state. Have a good night, folks.